PlayStation Portable is a handheld video game console released by Sony in 2004.
This list documents games that were confirmed for the PSP at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 31 games on this list. Title: 100 Bullets. Publisher: D3 Publisher. A video game adaptation of the 100 Bullets comic book series was announced by Acclaim Entertainment for release on the PlayStation 2 and original Xbox.
This version of the game was cancelled amid Acclaim's financial troubles in the mid-2000s.
D3 Publisher obtained the rights to the franchise shortly after and announced plans to release an unrelated game in the franchise for a variety of platforms, PSP included, though none of those versions ever materialized either.
The comic's primary writer, Brian Azzarello, later explained that the developers had trouble translating the comic's story into the video game format. Title: Six Gun. Developer, Battleborn. A military-themed third-person shooter game announced in 2005 for the PlayStation 2, PlayStation Portable, and Xbox, scheduled for release the following year.
A few screenshots were shown at the time of its announcement, but the game was cancelled after the closure of its developer. Title: Advent Shadow. Developer, Full Fat. Publisher, Majesco Entertainment. Originally announced for the PSP as a side story of the console game Advent Rising, 2005, poor sales of that game, coupled with financial struggles and layoffs at publisher Majesco Entertainment, led to its cancellation.
Title: Age of Elements. Developer, Steamroll. Publisher, Atari. The game was first announced at E3 2006, where it was reportedly 40% complete.
An early playable build of the game was present at the show, with IGN describing it as a fighting game mixed between Tekken and Power Stone.
While the game was scheduled for release in late 2006 and early 2007 timeframe, it was cancelled prior to release.
Title: Pac-Man Begins. Developer, Eurocom. Publisher, Electronic Arts. A video game adaptation of the Pac-Man Begins film was announced for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, original Xbox, Game Boy Advance, and the PSP. Though the PSP was the only announced version that was cancelled and did not release alongside the movie in June 2005.
Title: Battlefield 2, Modern Combat. Developer, EA Brightlight. Publisher, Electronic Arts. A companion version of the game was announced for the PSP alongside the PlayStation 2, Xbox 360, and original Xbox versions. But the PSP version was never completed and subsequently cancelled.
Title: Black and White Creatures. Developer, Full Fat. Publisher, Majesco. A spin-off of the Black and White series of games was announced for the PSP and Nintendo DS in May 2005.
While the original was a large-scale god game for PC platforms, the handheld versions were more of a smaller-scale pet simulator adaptation of the original concept.
Both versions were cancelled and never released, though a very early build of the DS version leaked onto the internet in 2021.
Title: Blood Rain. Developer, Full Fat. Publisher, Majesco Entertainment. An original entry in the Blood Rain series was in development for the PSP and would have focused on a new two-player cooperative mode.
It was one of a number of games cancelled by publisher Majesco Entertainment around late 2005 and early 2006 due to the company's financial troubles. Title: Destroy All Humans. Visually Unleashed. Developer Locomotive Games. Publisher THQ. Originally in development for the Wii, with PlayStation 2 and PSP version in development later, only the Wii version ever released.
The PS2 version was cancelled due to THQ's financial issues at the time, while the PSP version was cancelled due to the development team's struggles with adapting the Wii game's controls to a PSP's controls. Title: Duke Nukem, Critical Mass. Developer: Frontline Studios. Publishers: Apogee Entertainment and Deep Silver. Originally announced for the Nintendo DS and PSP at E3 2008, the game featured a troubled multi-year development process.
While the DS version eventually released in 2011, the PSP version was cancelled.
A build of the PSP version was later found at the Library of Congress in 2014 and eventually shared online.
Title: Earthworm Jim. Developer: Shiny Entertainment. Publisher: Atari. Also known as Earthworm Jim PSP, the game was a planned entry in the Earthworm Jim series of video games in development for the PSP.
Initially thought to be a remake of the original Earthworm Jim, 1994, it was later revealed that it would contain mostly original content.
The game was reported to reunite some of the developers who had worked on the acclaimed Earthworm Jim and Earthworm Jim 2, 1995, but in absent during production of the more poorly received Earthworm Jim 3D, 1999, and Earthworm Jim, Menace to the Galaxy, 2000.
Although said to be 80% complete in August 2006 and slated for an early 2007 release date, the game was ultimately cancelled in mid-2007 due to financial issues at publisher Atari at the time. Title: The Elder Scrolls Travels: Oblivion. Developer: Climax Studios. Publisher: Bethesda Softworks. A version of Oblivion was in development for the PSP across 2006 and 2007.
It was announced alongside a PS3 version, though the PSP version would have been a smaller, simpler adaptation of the game in the vein of their Elder Scrolls Travel sub-series.
The game was reportedly cancelled due to a lack of funds and time to complete it satisfactorily.
Footage of the game leaked onto the internet in 2016. Title: Godzilla Unleashed. Developer: Pipeworks Software. Publisher: Atari. The third entry in Pipeworks Software's series of Godzilla fighting games was initially announced to be receiving portable versions for PSP and Nintendo DS alongside the main console release on Wii.
However, while the game was released on Wii, DS and PlayStation 2 in 2007, the PSP version was cancelled. Title: Gunbreak 2 Remix. Developer: Sitio. Publisher: TM Studios. The 1998 arcade game has been re-released on a variety of consoles in the year, but the remixed version announced for the PSP in 2009 never materialized.
Title: The Incredibles: Rise of the Underminer. Developer: Pacific Coast Power and Light. Publisher: THQ. A video game adaptation of the 2005 film was announced for all platforms active at the time, though only the PSP version was cancelled.
Title: Mecha Wars. Developer and publisher: Nipponichi Software. Initially teased in Mecha Kingdom: Chronicles of the Sacred Tome. Mecha Wars was announced in 2004 to be releasing on the PSP, with a PlayStation 3 version announced the following year.
Following the announcement, Nipponichi Software did not comment further on the game's development, and it spent over a decade being treated as vaporware.
The game ultimately released as a free-to-play mobile title in 2018.
Title, Tabler, Hell Wars. Developer, People Can Fly. Publisher, Dreamcatcher Interactive. After its initial 2004 PC release, the game was announced for the PSP, PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox.
While a playable version of the PSP version was present at E3 2006, only the Xbox version ever released. Title, Tubby Squad. Developer and publisher, System 3. In 2010, it was announced that a remake of Tubby Squad 1994 was coming to most active platforms at the time.
While the announcement included the PSP, by the time the remake, released in 2015, the platform had become inactive, and versions were released for the PlayStation Vita and Nintendo 3DS handhelds that had released in the meantime. Title, Puzzle Quest 2. Developer, Infinite Interactive. Publisher, D3 Publisher. Originally announced for the Nintendo DS, Xbox 360, mobile devices, Windows and the PSP in 2010, it was released for all platforms except PSP later that year.
The following year, the president of developer Infinite Interactive said the PSP version had been cancelled after the company had run out of manpower to complete that version.
Infinite Interactive, being acquired by Fireman Studios, who were subsequently acquired by Electronic Arts, were also cited as complications that helped cancel the completion and release of the PSP version.
Title, Rayman Raving Rapids. Developer and publisher, Ubisoft. While a PSP version of the multi-platform release was announced at the time of its reveal, it never materialized.
No details on it were released, making it unclear if it was a mini-game compilation like its console iterations, or a platformer like the Nintendo DS and Game Boy Advance. Title, Road to Sunday. Developer, San Diego Studio. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. A game that combined American football with aspects of a story-driven fighting game.
It was announced for PSP and PlayStation 2 and presented at E3 2005 in June, but was cancelled by the following month.
Sony, its publisher, cited not making their internal quality standards as the reason for its cancellation.
Title, Saints Row Undercover. Developer, Volition. Publisher, THQ. An iteration of the Saints Row series was in development for the PSP in 2006.
Unlike many PSP companion games, the game retained a full open-world environment to explore.
The game was very far into development, but was cancelled by publisher THQ, who, according to Volition, did not share the developer's enthusiasm for the game.
In 2016, Volition themselves leaked the game onto the internet for people to download for free, with Volition stating they had retained the rights to do so. Title, Sonic Generations. Developer, Dimps. Publisher, Sega. In 2017, a disc containing an unannounced PSP version of Sonic Generations 2011 was found.
The disc contained a 2009 build of the game, which was damaged but somewhat functional, and fans were able to recover several game assets such as an early logo, button prompts, a debug menu, and a level screenshot.
The recoveries suggested that the content was identical to the eventual 3DS version of the game.
The gamer speculated that Sega canceled the PSP version due to the impending launch of the PlayStation Vita. Title: Space Station Tycoon. Developer: Wahoo Studios. Publisher: Namco Bandai. A spiritual successor to Outpost Coloki X, scheduled for release on the Wii and PSP. The game missed its scheduled release date of August/September 2007, never received a new release time frame, and never released for either platform.
Title: SpongeBob SquarePants Lights, Camera, Pants. Publisher: THQ. Ports of the game for Nintendo DS and PSP were announced alongside the other versions, but were never released.
Title: Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2. Developer and publisher: LucasArts. Originally announced for release alongside the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Wii, and Nintendo DS versions in October 2010. The PSP version was abruptly cancelled without explanation 2 months prior to its release.
Title: State of Emergency 2. Developer: DC Studios. Publisher: South Peak Interactive. Originally announced for PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Windows, the game was cancelled as a result of Vim Entertainment's bankruptcy.
The game was later acquired by DC Studios, who released the game for PS2 in 2006.
A PlayStation portable version was announced to follow later that year, but was never released.
Title: Sticky Walls. Developer and publisher: Warthog. Similar on concept to billiards, the game was announced in 2004 and presented at E3 2004 as a PSP game.
However, after the developers were bought up by Tiger Telematics, the PSP release was cancelled in favor of a 2005 release on their short-lived Bismondo handheld. Title: Thor: God of Thunder. Developer: Redfly Studio. Publisher: Sega. A video game adaptation of the 2011 film was announced for the many platforms, including the PSP.
In early 2011, publisher Sega announced that the PSP version had been cancelled in favor of a Nintendo 3DS version. Title: Shrek. Developer: Pujo Entertainment. Publisher: LucasArts. A music-based video game announced for the PSP in 2006, where players could import their music collection into their PSPs, and the game would generate mini games and puzzles from them, with different music generating different content.
The game was present at E3 2006, where it received positive reception from publications, but in January 2007, it was announced that the game had been cancelled.
While specific reasons were not disclosed, the cancellation announcement noted that both the developer and publisher had mutually agreed to part ways and cancel it.
And title: Ashiro. Developer and publisher: Level 5. The Spirit Horror role-playing video game announced for the PSP in 2008 by Level 5.
Despite cross-media plans such as manga and light novels releasing in subsequent years, the game never released on the PSP.
A decade later, Level 5 announced that development had moved to the Nintendo Switch, though, to date, the game has not released there either. The PlayStation Vita is a handheld video game console released by Sony in 2011.
The system, positioned as an attempt to appeal both traditional handhelds and mobile phone gaming, maintained a niche following through 2018, though failed to pick up on mainstream success.
While the Vita would go on to have over 1,400 games released for it in its lifetime, Its weak commercial performance and weaker hardware, compared to other video game consoles and mobile devices, multi-platform games were in development for, led to a considerable number of cancelled video games as well.
This list documents games that were confirmed for the Vita at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 81 games on this list. Title: 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Developer: Vanillaware. Publisher: Atlas. Originally conceived in 2013 as a Vita and PlayStation 4 game, the game was continually delayed out of the Vita's lifespan and cancelled in 2018, only releasing on PS4 in 2019 and Nintendo Switch in 2022.
Title: 140. Developer: Abstraction Games. Publisher: Double Fine Productions. In June 2016, it was announced that Abstraction Games and Double Fine Productions would be porting the rhythm game 140 2013 to PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, Xbox One, Wii U, and Nintendo 3DS, with the ports scheduled for release later that year.
However, the Vita and 3DS ports were never released. Title: 99 Bricks Wizard Academy. Developer and publisher: Weirdbeard. A port of the 2014 mobile phone game was announced for Vita, but cancelled in October 2015 because the developers wished to switch focus on developing their next title, Tricky Towers, instead.
Title: Action Inc. Developer: Rage Squid. Publisher: Curve Digital. Announced in June 2015 for the Vita, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Wii U, the Vita version never materialized when the other versions all released in 2016.
Title: Eternal Blade 2. Developer and publisher: Cell Technology. The game was originally announced in October 2015 for the Vita and Nintendo 3DS.
In early 2017, a number of members of the development team resigned, forcing the developers to restart development and causing them to cancel the handheld versions in favor of developing and releasing PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch versions in 2019 instead. Title: Against the Blade. Developer: SparkCube. Announced in 2014 at a Sony press conference regarding their move to start releasing games in China, the game never materialized in any capacity.
Title: Anonymous. Code. Developers: Mages and Fiamaru Studio. Publisher: Mages. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 in 2017, the game's lengthy development period delayed its release beyond the Vita's lifespan.
The Vita version was cancelled in favor of a PS4 and Nintendo Switch release in late 2021. Titles: Asaki and Yumamishi, The Tale of Genji. Developer: Mio. Publisher: Quinn Rose. An entry of the Tale of Genji series was announced in September 2015, but the game never released after the publisher's parent company, Art Move, officially suspended business later in the month.
Title: Assault Android Cactus. Developer and publisher: Witch Team. Released for a variety of PC platforms in 2015, various console ports occurred across into 2016, including a planned Vita version.
However, it was cancelled August 2017.
While no reason was given, the developers had said prior to the cancellation that they did not expect much of a financial return on the Vita version.
Title: The Banner Saga. Developer: Stoic Studio. Publisher: Versus Evil. After its 2014 release on PC and mobile platforms, Vita and PlayStation 4 versions were announced that same year.
Despite 2016 releases on PS4 and Xbox One in 2016, development of the Vita version lagged behind.
In July 2017, it was announced that the developers were having trouble getting the game engine to run well on the Vita, and it was hindering updates for other platforms.
A version was released on Nintendo Switch instead in 2018. Title: Untitled BioShock game. Developer: Irrational Games. Publisher: 2K Games. Initially announced for the Vita at E3 2011. BioShock series creator Ken Levine conceded that development had not even started almost 2 years later in February 2015, and another year later in February 2014. Irrational Games closed down altogether, with the game never releasing in any capacity.
Title: Deserta Silent Evil. Developer: Edrox Interactive. Development on the game started on PlayStation Vita before realizing the hardware was not powerful enough to fulfill the game's vision.
Development was moved to Wii and was reportedly in development for multiple years, but never released in any capacity. Title: Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Developer: Artplay. Publisher: 505 Games. The Vita version of the game was cancelled in 2018 in response to Sony's announcement that they were discontinuing the Vita in 2019, though the game still released on all other platforms, planned in its Kickstarter.
Title: Broforce. Developer: FreeLiz. Publisher: Devolver Digital. Announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 during E3 2014, the Vita version was quietly announced as cancelled without reason in September 2015.
Version still released for PC platforms, PS4, and the Nintendo Switch in the following years. Title: Castle Conqueror 5. Developer: Circle Entertainment. Announced in 2014 at a Sony press conference regarding their move to start releasing games in China, the game never materialized in any capacity.
Title: The Chainsaw Incident. Developer and publisher: Arigo Games. Announced in 2014 for the Vita and PlayStation 4, in late 2016, the developers announced that they had run out of funding, and the game never materialized on any platforms.
Title: Chroma Squad. Developer: Behold Studios. Publisher: Bandai Namco Entertainment. Released on PC platforms in 2015, additional versions for Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and mobile platform were announced in 2016.
While all other versions and an additional Nintendo Switch version were released, the Vita version was announced as cancelled in 2017. Title: Chronos Materia. Developer: Gustco Limited. Publisher: Tecmo Koei. Announced exclusively for the Vita in June 2013, with a release date of September 26, 2013, the game was indefinitely delayed before its release and was not officially cancelled until much later in April 2016, and never released in any capacity.
Title: City Shrouded in Shadow. Developer: Granzella. Publisher: Bandai Namco Entertainment. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 in September 2015, after an extended year-long period with no updates, the game was announced to be a PS4 only release, with a Vita version being cancelled for various reasons.
Title: Cloudberry Kingdom. Developer: Wii Studios. Publisher: Ubisoft. A Vita version of the multi-platform release was announced, but never received a concrete release date and never materialized.
Title: A Clumsy Adventure. Developer and publisher: Extra Media. A 3D platformer in development from 2015 by Dutch and I Studio Extra Media.
An early access build of the PC version was made available on Game Jolt in December 2013, and another demo was playable at Gamescom 2014.
It was earmarked for a 2015 release.
Title: Crow's Burning Edge. Developer and publisher, TaBNWNE Entertainment. A game adaptation of the Crow's manga was announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 in July 2015, but the Vita version was cancelled for undisclosed reasons in August 2016.
Title: Sea Wars. Developer and publisher, Onipunk Studio. While the game's Kickstarter stretch goal for releases on Vita, Nintendo 3DS, Wii U, Linux, and Android, only the Windows and Mac OS versions ever released in 2015.
Title: Untitled Dato Jiken Kishiki Tachi Slot Simulator Game. Developer and publisher, TaBNWNE. An entry in TaBNWNE's long-running Tachi slot video game series was announced at the Tokyo Game Show in 2011, but never materialized.
Title: Disc Storm. Developer and publisher, XMPT Games. Announced in March 2015 for Vita and PC platforms, the Vita version never materialized.
Title: Dungeon Defenders. Developer, Trendy Entertainment. Publisher, Reverb Communications. Originally announced at Sony's January 2011 conference, where they first revealed the Vita, where its tech demo was used to demonstrate how developers could create PlayStation 3-level games on Vita. The title was cancelled in June 2012, so the company could divert resources towards development of another game.
The game still released on PS3, Xbox One, and PC/mobile platforms. Title: Dragons Racing. Developer and publisher, UTV Ignition Entertainment. Listed by Sony as a game in development for the Vita by Ignition Entertainment in November 2011, the game never materialized as Ignition subsequently suffered financial troubles and went out of business in 2012.
Title: Drive. Developer, Different Cloth. Publisher, Choice Provisions. Announced in September 2015 for the Vita and PlayStation 4, the Vita version was cancelled later in the year so the game's sole developer could focus on publishing the PS4 version.
Title: Again Roll. Developer and publisher, Lamagama Entertainment. A 3D action game announced by Turkish Indie, developer Lamagama for Vita and iOS, for a late 2012 release. The game never materialized.
Title: Elliot Quest. Developer, Ansimus Games. Publisher, Play Everywhere Games. A Vita version of the Wii U and PC game was announced in July 2015 for a 2016 release, though it was cancelled in May 2016 due to its game engine being incompatible to the Vita's hardware. The version still released for Nintendo 3DS and Nintendo Switch in 2016 and 2017, respectively.
Title: Energy Hook. Developer and publisher, Happy Laboratories. Announced for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Windows, the Vita version was revealed to be cancelled in January 2016.
Titles: Phoenix Rage/Phoenix Furia. Developer and publisher, Green Lava Studios. Originally released on Windows in 2014, versions for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Xbox 360 were announced shortly afterwards for 2015.
However, when console version of the game was delayed into 2016 and rebranded as Phoenix Furia due to unforeseen circumstances, the Vita was dropped as a release platform. Titles: Final Fantasy Agito Plus. Developer and publisher, Square Enix. Originally released in an episode for iOS and Android mobile devices across 2014 and 2015, a Vita version with all of the game's content was announced for 2015.
However, the Vita version was later delayed and then cancelled outright by September 2015.
Technical bottlenecks and network compatibility problems were cited as reason for the cancellation.
Titles: Forgotten Memories, Alternate Realities Director's Cut. Developer and publisher, Psychos Interactive. Originally released for iOS mobile devices, all proposed console and PC ports. Vita included were cancelled in February 2017, with the developer feeling that the game, designed for mobile devices, was not translating well to other platforms.
Titles: Four-Sided Fantasy. Developer, Ludoland. Publishers, Curve Digital / Serenity Forge. The game was initially announced for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Windows in 2015.
However, the following year, when developers changed publishers from Curve Digital to Serenity Forge, the Vita version was dropped, while the other versions released later in the year. Title: Galaxy, The Dimensional. Developer and publisher, 17-bit. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 for a 2014 release, the game was delayed into 2015. And the Vita version was cancelled in July 2015 because a development team could not get the game running properly on the Vita's weaker hardware. While the PS4 version released the following month.
Title: Great Little War Game. Developer, Rubicon Developments. Publisher, Viacom Games. Released on mobile devices in 2011, the announced plans for a Vita version were described by the developer as long buried in September.
Reasons cited were that Sony halted sale of the game because the multiplayer components had not transferred to the Vita game, even though the game itself otherwise was running on the platform. Title: Gunscape. Developer and publisher, Blowfish Studios. The Vita version of the game was cancelled in October 2016, with the developer explaining they could not get the game running on the Vita.
Title: Guns Up. Developer, Valkyrie Entertainment. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. Originally announced for the Vita, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation 4, the Vita and PS3 versions were cancelled to help the team focus on being able to release the PS4 version.
Difficulty in getting it to run on the Vita's weaker hardware was also cited as a reason for its cancellation. Title: Hand of Fate. Developer and publisher, Defiant Development. Originally announced for the Vita alongside PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC versions. The Vita version was cancelled a few months after the other versions, released in 2015, with the development team stating that they were unable to get the game running on the Vita's weaker hardware.
Title: The Hero Trap. Developer and publisher, Smashworks. Originally announced for Vita, PlayStation 4, and PC platforms, the game was cancelled and not released in any capacity.
The developer noted that while they met their Kickstarter fundraising goal, it was not enough to fund the game, and they had been unsuccessful in finding an outside publisher to help either. Title: Hyper Light Drifter. Developer and publisher, Heart Machine. Originally announced for the Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Wii U, and PC platforms. The Vita and Wii U version were later cancelled due to the developers struggling to get it running on their respective hardware and health issues that were also taking their toll.
Other versions released in 2016, and a handheld version finally released on the Nintendo Switch in 2018. Title: Killing Heights. Developer: Nex Entertainment. Publisher: Fields. A video game adaptation of the Killing Heights manga was announced in 2015 and shown at that year's Tokyo Game Show.
Originally targeting a 2016 release, it was indefinitely delayed and then fully cancelled in September 2017 after the closure of its development company. Title: Kabuto. Developer and publisher: Carnivore Studio. A survival horror game announced in early 2014 for the Vita and PlayStation 4. The game was later cancelled due to the development team's financial issues.
Some members of the team attempted to revive it as Kabuto 3D in 2016, but this version did not target a Vita release and never materialized either. Title: Legend of Raven Yatagarasu. Developer: Circle Edge. Publisher: Nicalis. Originally released on PC platforms in 2011 under the name Yatagarasu, game publisher Nicalis announced plans to release the game under the title Legend of Raven across multiple platforms.
Initially, a 3DS version was planned, but Nicalis later reported this version was cancelled in favor of a PlayStation Vita version due to fan feedback.
Plans expanded beyond just the Vita version to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions as well, though no versions have materialized beyond its original PC release.
Title: Mighty Number 9. Developers: Concept and Inti Creates. Publisher: Deep Silver. A high-profile spiritual successor to the Mega Man series by longtime series producer Kenji Nafian successfully raised funding for a wide variety of platforms in 2013.
While announced console and PC versions released across mid-2016 to a tepid response, the versions for the 3DS and PlayStation Vita never materialized. Title: Militant. Developer and publisher: Zugalva Studios. Originally announced for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PC, only the PS4 and PC versions were released.
Title: Minecraft Story Mode. Developer and publisher: Telltale Games. Announced for release on a wide variety of platforms starting in October 2015, with planned releases for the Vita and Wii U on a later date. The Vita release never materialized for any of the game's episodes.
Title: Moon Hunters. Developer and publisher: Kitfox Games. Originally announced and funded through Kickstarter for the Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC platforms, the Vita version was cancelled slightly after the release of the other versions, with the developers saying they could not get the game running on the Vita hardware without making major cuts into the game's graphics, and even that would not solve their ongoing problem with long load times.
A portable version was later released on the Nintendo Switch the following year. Title: Mr. Inkjet. Developer and publisher: AQ Interactive. Announced and presented playable format E3 2011.
The game involved using the Vita's camera to take a picture of a person, which was used to create a playable character, and then use the Vita's rear touchpad to control the character through a series of obstacles and challenges.
The game's demo was not received well. IGN singled it out as one of the low points in Sony's conference that year, and the game was cancelled.
Title: Never Alone. Developer: Upper One Games. Publisher: Eline Media. Announced for a variety of console, PC, and mobile platforms, the Vita version of the game was cancelled due to technical problems the developers were having getting it running on the Vita hardware.
Title: Nier. Developer and publisher: Square Enix. While never publicly announced as a title in development, in 2015, Square Enix staff mentioned that there had been plans to bring the game to the Vita back in 2011. But the internal development team to be tasked to it ended up being assigned to Dragon Quest X instead, and the project was eventually cancelled.
Title Nom Nom Galaxy. Developer Q Games. Publisher Double 11. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4, the Vita version was dropped during development so the developers could focus resources on getting the PlayStation 4 version, which eventually saw release in 2015.
Title Not a Hero. Developer Roll7. Publisher Devolver Digital. Released for PC platforms in 2015, versions for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One were announced for the following year.
However, the Vita version was cancelled after the development team struggled to get it running on the Vita's hardware. Title Orc Attack, Flatulent Rebellion. Developer Casual Brothers Games. Publisher Game No Entertainment. Announced for the Vita, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 and Windows, and released across 2013 and 2014, the Vita version never materialized.
Title Autumn Ken Musashi. Developer Toronto. Publisher Karen Entertainment. Originally planned for a 2017 release on the Vita, it was cancelled in favor releases for Android and iOS mobile devices.
Title Untitled Pachapara Game. Developer and publisher Irun. An entry in the Pachinko series was announced for the Vita at the Tokyo Game Show 2011, but never materialized.
Title Pure Solar and the Great Architects. Developer and publisher Watermelon. Released on a variety of platforms across 2014, a Vita version was announced in October 2014, but never materialized.
Title Poncho. Developer Delve Interactive. Publisher Rising Star Games. Originally released for the PlayStation 4, Wii U, and Windows across 2015 and 2016, the Vita version of the game was announced as cancelled in January 2017.
While the developers disclosed that they could not legally give exact reasons for the cancellation, a difficult development process, contentious relationship with their publisher, and the fact that none of the game's release made the company any profit were all mentioned in the game's retrospective. Title Pro Evolution Soccer Entry. Developer and publisher Konami. Konami announced they would be releasing a Vita entry of their long-running soccer video game series at the Tokyo Game Show in 2011, though no entry was ever released.
Title Quantum Suicide. Developer Cotton Candy Cyanide. Publisher Sete Project. A visual novel similar to Danganronpa originally announced on PC platforms in 2020.
In November 2020, the developers announced they were starting work on a Vita version, though they conceded it would be a difficult effort that would take a long time and may not be finished in the Vita's lifespan.
Sony stopped accepting Vita game submissions just 9 months later in July 2021, and the game never materialized.
Title Rail Wars. Developer and publisher 5PB. Originally scheduled for release in November 2014, the game was announced as cancelled much later in January 2016. Citing its unsuccessful, protracted development period and other various reasons not expanded upon.
Title Regalia of Men and Monarchs. Developer and publisher Pixelated Milk. a tactical role-playing video game with a successful Kickstarter campaign in 2015 to release the game on PC platforms, PlayStation 4, and Vita.
The PC version in May 2017, while a deluxe edition, Regalia Royal Edition, was later released for PS4 and Xbox One in 2018.
The Vita version was cancelled in favor of a Nintendo Switch version, released the same year.
Title, Road Not Taken. Developer and publisher, Fox. Originally envisioned as a mobile phone game, the developers perceived saturation of the market. And Sony agreeing to partner with them, changed the development plans for the game to be released on the Vita and PlayStation 4.
While the game released as planned for the PS4 in 2014, the Vita version was severely delayed due to development issues, including the fact that the middleware company assisting with it had decided to stop working on Vita games.
Windows and mobile phone versions were released by 2016, but the Vita version never materialized.
Title, Ronin. Developer, TaBNWNE. Publisher, Devolver Digital. Originally released on PC platforms in 2015, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 4 were announced as well, but only the PlayStation 4 ever materialized in 2016.
Title, Samurai Gun. Developer, TaBNWNE. Publisher, Existentialism. Originally released for Windows in 2013, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 4 were announced in the same year, but neither PlayStation version ever materialized.
Title, Untitled Synchro Neuron Game. Developer and publisher, G.Rev. A Vita entry in the Synchro Neuron series was announced in 2012 for release the following year, but never materialized in any capacity.
The game was only in its planning stages in its announcement, and the developer conceded that the title may have been very different from other entries in the series. Title, Untitled Shin Megami Tensei Game. Developer and publisher, Atlus. Atlus announced that an entry in their Shin Megami Tensei series would release for the Vita, but no such entry ever materialized across the Vita's lifespan.
While Persona 4 Golden 2012 is a spin-off of the series, an entry in the Shin Megami Tensei was announced separately and listed as a separate entry in Sony's upcoming game lists. Title, Snapshot. Developer and publisher, Retro Effect. Just prior to its PC release in 2012, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 3 were announced for release by the end of the year, though neither PlayStation versions ever materialized.
Title, Soft Body. Developer and publisher, Lobbysoft. A Vita version of the 2016 PlayStation 4 and Windows releases was reportedly coming soon by the game's developer, though a Vita version never materialized.
Title, Son of Memories. Developer, Pure Wish. Publisher, FTL Entertainment. A visual novel originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 as development progressed and content within the game expanded. The developers canceled the Vita version.
A Nintendo Switch version was later announced, cancelled for years, and then revived and released in 2023. Title, Space Dave. Developer and publisher, Choice Provisions. A follow-up to Oh Dave. 2014 was announced for a 2016 release, but was delayed out of the Vita's lifespan, and only ended up releasing on the Nintendo Switch instead in late 2018.
Title, Starlight Tactics. Developer and publisher, Escape Hatch Entertainment. A turn-based space combat game originally announced for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC and mobile platforms.
A A version for the Vita was planned if the developers could get the right version of Unity running the Vita.
Only the Windows version ever materialized.
Title: Starlight Titanium. Developer and publisher: Escape Hatch Entertainment. The game was announced for a variety of platforms, Vita included, though no versions ever materialized.
Title: Tales from the Borderlands. Developer and publisher: Telltale Games. A Vita version of the multi-platform game was announced at E3 2014, but never materialized, despite the game's wide release across many platforms in the decade following.
Title: Unmechanical Extended Edition. Developer and publisher: Grip Games. Originally released on PC and mobile platforms across 2012 and 2013, an extended edition was announced for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and the Vita in August 2014.
However, by the end of the year, the developers sent out a press release that the Vita version had been cancelled for the time being, and while they left the door open to pick it back up in the future, the Vita version never released. Titles: Warriors Lair / Rune. Developer: Idle Minds. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Originally announced as Rune by Sony at E3 2011 as a cross-platform PlayStation 3 and Vita game due out in 2012.
The game was heavily promoted across 2011, with outlets such as IGN being given access to playable builds of the game. But the status on the game went quiet moving into 2012, where it missed E3 2012 and its release year entirely.
By July 2013, the game was announced to be cancelled on both platforms.
Title: Wonderfully Car. Developer and publisher: Level 5. A cross-platform JRPG announced for iOS, Android, Nintendo 3DS, Xbox One, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, and Wii U.
The game was intended to support cross-saving, allowing the player to save, progress on one platform and pick up where they left off on another.
Gameplay also occurred on two separate screens, whether it be on dual-screen platforms like Wii U and 3DS, or through other means like remote play.
While the mobile versions, released in early 2014 in Japan, it suffered from a troubled launch and short lifespan, being shut down just a year later, leading to the cancellation of all console versions. Title: Whack 'em Zack. Developer and publisher: Extramedia. A multiplayer brawler in the vein of Whack-A-Mole, developed by Dutch indie studio Extramedia as a spin-off of a clumsy adventure.
A build was made playable to attendees at First Look in the Netherlands in October 2015.
As a cross-platform release, it was also intended to launch on Steam.
Title: Zodiac Orcan Odyssey. Developer and publisher: Koboho. Versions for the Vita, PlayStation 4, iOS and PC were all in development, though only the iOS version ever released in 2015.
And title: Zone of the Enders HD Collection. Developer: Kojima Productions. Publisher: Konami. Originally announced for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 at E3 2011, a Vita version was later announced at Tokyo Game Show 2011, but then later cancelled shortly before its PS3/360 release. Lists of PlayStation Store games cover video games that can be downloaded from the online PlayStation Store.
The lists are organized by type of video game, console, and by region.
PS1 Classics. Lists of PS1 Classics. List of PS1 Classics, Japan.
List of PS1 classics, North America.
A list of PS1 classics, PAL region. PlayStation 2. Lists of downloadable PlayStation 2 games. PlayStation 3. List of PlayStation 3 games, to see.
List of PlayStation 3 games, D2I.
List of PlayStation 3 games, J to P.
A list of PlayStation 3 games, Q to Z.
PlayStation 4. List of PlayStation 4 games. PlayStation 5. List of PlayStation 5 games. PlayStation Portable. List of downloadable PlayStation Portable games.
A list of PlayStation Minis.
PlayStation Vita. Lists of PlayStation Vita games. List of PlayStation Vita games, to D.
List of PlayStation Vita games, E to H.
List of PlayStation Vita games, I to L.
List of PlayStation Vita games, M to O.
List of PlayStation Vita games, P to R.
List of PlayStation Vita games, S.
List of PlayStation Vita games, T to V.
A list of PlayStation Vita games, W to Z.
And other PlayStation. List of PlayStation Store TurboGrafx 16 games.
Neo Geo Station.
List of Sony Pictures mobile games.
A list of PlayStation mobile games.
These articles listing games previously released for the original PlayStation that were later made available for download from the PlayStation Store for play on the PlayStation 3. PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation TV, PlayStation 4, or PlayStation 5.
For lists of the games available by market, see List of downloadable PlayStation games, Japan.
List of downloadable PlayStation games, North America.
A list of downloadable PlayStation games, PAL region.
This is a list of PlayStation, PS1, games digitally re-released on the PlayStation Store in Japan.
These are the original game software emulated.
The first downloadable titles were released in Japan on November 22, 2006.
Initially, downloadable PS1 titles were only available to play on PlayStation Portable, PSP.
An update released in April 2007 enabled playing of these purchased PS1 titles on PlayStation 3, PS3.
Some titles can also be played on other PlayStation systems.
PlayStation Vita, PSV, and PlayStation TV, PSTV support the same PS1 titles as each other.
Those released on PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5, display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
The PS4 and PS5 releases are bundled together, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
If a downloadable PS1 game has been purchased for a device released prior to the PS4, the title is automatically added to the user's library on all devices for which there is a release.
Playing PS1 titles on a PSP or PSV does not support local multiplayer that was designed to use multiple controllers, but PSTV supports this feature. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available for purchase on the PlayStation Store. There are 800 games on this list. This is a list of PlayStation, PS1 games digitally re-released in an altered form on the PlayStation Store in NA territories.
These games run via emulation of the PS1 hardware.
At their initial release in December 2006, downloadable PS1 titles were only available to play on PlayStation Portable, PSP. The titles became available for PlayStation 3, PS3 in April 2007, for PlayStation Vita on August 28, 2012, and PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5 on June 15, 2022. The PlayStation TV, PS TV, supports the same titles as the Vita.
Each title released for PS4 is bundled with its PS5 release, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
In most cases, when a PS1 title was digitally purchased for hardware predating the PS4, it may be added without charge to the user's PS4 and PS5 libraries, provided it is available on those platforms.
For some of the PS1 titles lacking official support for Vita and PS TV, this was previously able to be circumvented by transferring the game to the device via a PS3.
The ability to transfer games to and from a PS3 was lost in a 2022 update. Playing PS1 titles on a PSP or Vita does not support local multiplayer that was designed to use multiple controllers, but PS TV supports this feature.
Those released on PS4 and PS5 display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available for purchase on the PlayStation Store. There are 286 games on this list. This is a list of PlayStation, PS1 games digitally re-released on the PlayStation Store in PAL territories.
These are the original PlayStation versions of game software emulated.
Initially, downloadable PS1 titles were only available to play on PlayStation Portable, PSP.
An update released in April 2007 enabled playing of these purchased PS1 titles on PlayStation 3, PS3.
Some titles can also be played on other PlayStation systems.
PlayStation Vita, PSV, and PlayStation TV, PSTV support the same titles as each other.
Those released on PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5, display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
The PS4 and PS5 releases are bundled together, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
If a downloadable PS1 game has been purchased for a device released prior to the PS4, the title is automatically added to the user's library on all devices for which there is a release. For some of the PS1 titles lacking official support for PSV and PSTV, this was previously able to be circumvented by transferring the game to the device via a PS3.
The ability to transfer games to and from a PS3 was lost in a 2022 update.
Playing PS1 titles on a PSP or PSV does not support local multiplayer that was designed to use multiple controllers, but PSTV supports this feature. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer listed on the PlayStation Store, but might be located with a search function. This is a list of PlayStation 2 games later made available for purchase and download from the PlayStation Store for the PlayStation 3, PS3, PlayStation 4, PS4, or PlayStation 5, PS5 video game consoles.
Unlike PlayStation 2 classics, on the PS3, the PS4 and PS5 releases run at a higher resolution and may feature trophies, remote play and share play.
Whoa!
PlayStation 4 releases are also playable on PlayStation 5. There are 374 downloadable games out of the 4,491 originally released for PlayStation 2. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available for purchase on the PlayStation Store.
And a dagger symbol indicates that the game is also available in the Classics catalog for PlayStation Plus Premium subscribers.
This is a list of games for Sony's PlayStation Portable, PSP, handheld game, console made available to download from the PlayStation Store.
The ability to download and play these titles has varied among titles between the platforms of PSP, PlayStation Vita, PSV, PlayStation TV, PS PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5.
Titles released on the latter two are the original game software emulated.
If a downloadable PSP game has been purchased for a device released prior to the PS4, the title is automatically added to the user's library on all devices for which there is a release.
For some of the PSP titles lacking official support for PSV and PSTV, this was previously able to be circumvented by transferring the game to the device via a PS3.
However, the ability to transfer games to and from a PS3 was lost in a 2022 update.
On PS4 and PS5, they display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
The PS4 and PS5 releases are bundled together, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
This list does not include other titles made downloadable on PSP, namely PlayStation Minis or PS1 Classics. List of the 807 PSP games available to download from the PlayStation Store.
Almost all first-party PSP games released after October 1, 2009 are available for download on PSP.
This is a list of all 294 PlayStation Minis, PS Minis, for the PlayStation Portable, which are games available to download from the PlayStation Store.
Many of them are also compatible with a PlayStation 3, PS3, as well as a few of them with PlayStation Vita, PS Vita, and PlayStation TV, PS TV, as indicated.
This is a list of downloadable TurboGrafx 16 PC Engine games to be purchased from the PlayStation Store for Sony's PlayStation 3, PS3, PlayStation Portable, PSP, and PlayStation Vita, PSV video game consoles. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available to purchase on the PlayStation Store. There are 48 games on this list. Neo Geo Station was a brand, IM2, for downloadable Neo Geo games that were previously available to be purchased from the PlayStation Store for Sony's PlayStation 3, PS3, PlayStation Portable, PSP, and PlayStation Vita, PSV video game consoles in all regions.
All games in this series have been delisted from the PlayStation Store.
This list does not include PlayStation games ported from Neo Geo that were released as PS1 classics. This is a list of video games published by Sony Pictures Digital Entertainment.
This division is part of Sony's U.S. mobile phone games division, based in Culver City, California.
Sony is one of the global leaders in mobile entertainment licensing and publishing, specializing in branded interactive games and personalization products available for download by consumers via their mobile device through a wireless provider distribution network. Mobile games: Bewitched, Boondocks, Bounce and Slam, Casino Royale, Charlie's Angels, Cobra K Card Fighter, Da Vinci Code, Elevator Action, Ghostbusters, God of War, Betrayal, Jeopardy! New York Times Word Challenge, Pop and Drop, Pink Panther, Puzzle Poker, Q Asterisk Bert, Ratchet and Clank, Going Mobile, Ratchet and Clank, Clone Home, Never Released, Strategy Sports, Soccer, Snoop Dogg Boxing, Spider-Man 2, Stuart Little 2, Air Adventure, SWAT 3D, Wheel of Fortune, XXX, The State of the Union, You Got Served, and Quadra Pop. The games, released under PlayStation Mobile, were available to devices via the PlayStation Store, allowing players to download the titles to their devices.
Games released under the program could have the DualShock controls overlaid on top of the touchscreen. However, for devices which have analog buttons such as the PlayStation Vita and Stereo Play, the controls were mapped directly to them.
Developers could also make purely touchscreen games if they so choose. At E3 2012, Sony announced that PlayStation Mobile had 56 established software houses committed to providing content on the platform. There were 683 games available on the service. PlayStation Studios is a group of video game developers owned by Sony Interactive Entertainment.
It is dedicated to developing video games exclusively for the PlayStation series of consoles.
The series has produced several best-selling franchises such as the Gran Turismo series of racing video games as well as critically acclaimed titles such as the Uncharted series.
Other notable franchises include God of War, Ratchet & Clank, Twisted Metal, and more recently, Little Big Planet, Infamous, The Last of Us, and Spider-Man.
PlayStation Studios, formerly SCE Worldwide Studios and SIE Worldwide Studios, is a division of Sony Interactive Entertainment, SIE, that oversees the video game development at the studios, owned by SIE.
The division was established as SCE Worldwide Studios in September 2005 and rebranded as PlayStation Studios in 2020 to include the PlayStation brand.
On September 14, 2005, Sony Computer Entertainment, SCE, now known as Sony Interactive Entertainment, the video game arm of Sony, announced the formation of SCE Worldwide Studios earlier that month, combining all studios SCE owned at the time.
Phil Harrison was appointed as the division's president. He resigned in February 2008.
Kazuo Hirei became acting president, succeeded by Shuhei Yoshida in May 2008.
When Yoshida moved to lead the entire game development of SIE, Herman Hulst, previously of SIE's Guerrilla Games Studio, became the president of SIE Worldwide Studios in November 2019.
Whoa!
The studio's productions are generally supported by the Visual Arts Services Group, founded in 2007 in San Diego. SIE announced the rebranding of the division to PlayStation Studios in May 2020 as part of the introduction of the PlayStation 5, which was released later that year.
PlayStation Studios serves as the publishing brand for Sony's first-party development studios, as well as for games developed by studios brought in by Sony and work-for-hire situations.
In 2022, Sony stated half of its first-party PlayStation Studios games will be on personal computers, PC, and mobile by 2025.
In August 2022, SIE announced the formation of the PlayStation Studios mobile division alongside the acquisition of the company's first mobile development team. Savage Game Studios, later renamed Neon Koi.
In February 2024, Sony announced it would eliminate 900 jobs, or 8% of SIE and PlayStation Studios employees.
These cuts included the closure of London Studio.
In July 2024, Sony and Bungie announced that as part of restructuring at Bungie, one of the studio's incubation projects would be spun out, with a team behind the game forming a new studio within PlayStation Studios. Later on in May 2025, it being revealed as Team LFG.
In October 2024, Sony announced the closure of Neon Koi and Firewalk Studios.
In In March 2025, Sony formed Dark Outlaw Games, a new studio under PlayStation Studios, led by Jason Blundell.
In an August 2025 financial briefing, Sony CFO Lin Tao stated that SIE planned to fully integrate and oversee Bungie as a developer within the core PlayStation Studios lineup, after initially allowing them to function as an independent subsidiary since their acquisition in 2022.
On February 19, 2026, Sony announced that they will shut down Bluepoint Games.
On March 24, 2026, it was reported by Jason Schreier that Dark Outlaw Games were closing down.
Greatest Hits, North America, Platinum Range, PAL Territories, and the West, Japan and Asia are video games for the Sony PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation Portable, consoles that have been officially re-released at a lower price by Sony.
Each region has its own qualifications to enter the re-release program.
Initially, during the PlayStation era, a game had to sell at least 150,000 copies, later 250,000, and be on the market for at least a year to enter the Greatest Hits range.
During the PlayStation 2 era, the requirements increased with a minimum number of copies sold, increasing to 400,000, and the game had to be on the market for at least 9 months.
For the PlayStation Portable, games had to be on the market for at least 9 months, with 250,000 copies or more sold.
Currently, a PlayStation 3 game must be on the market for 10 months and sell at least 500,000 copies to meet the greatest hits criteria.
PS1 classics were games that were released originally on the PlayStation and have been re-released on the PlayStation Store for the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Portable.
Classics HD are compilations of PlayStation 2 games that have been remastered for the PlayStation 3 on a single disc with additional features such as upscale graphics, PlayStation Move support, 3D support, and PlayStation Network trophies.
PlayStation Mobile, formerly PlayStation Suite, is a cross-platform, cross-device software framework aimed at providing PlayStation content, currently original PlayStation games, across several devices including PlayStation-certified Android devices as well as the PlayStation Vita. PlayStation Hits, formerly Greatest Hits, is a branding used by Sony Interactive Entertainment for discounted reprints of PlayStation video games.
The branding is used for reprints of popular, top-selling games for each console in the PlayStation family, which are deliberately sold with a lower MSRP than the original production runs of a game and feature special branding, colored in red, since PlayStation 2 on their box art, as well as red-colored cases on PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5 releases, instead of the traditional clear or blue-colored casing.
Equivalent programs exist in Europe and Oceania as Essentials, Japan and select Asian countries as The Best, South Korea as Big Hit, and in South America as Favoritos.
PlayStation Hits is used as the branding label for PlayStation 4 games in North America, Brazil, Europe, Oceania, Japan, and select Asian countries.
Sony Computer Entertainment America introduced the program for PlayStation in March 1997, and the first releases were Battle Arena Shinden, NFL Game Day, NHL Face Off, Twisted Metal, and Warhawk.
The requirement for being a greatest hits title was selling at least 150,000 copies and being on the market for at least a year.
Minimum sales required eventually rose to 500,000 by January 1999.
When the program came to PlayStation 2 in 2002, games could become greatest hits titles after selling at least 400,000 copies and being on the market for at least 9 months, while the threshold for PS1 games was reduced to 250,000 sales.
Suggested retail prices of greatest hits titles are typically $19.99, although multi-game packs may sell for $24.99.
Though Sony developed games are virtually guaranteed to eventually become greatest hits titles by meeting their sales and age requirements. Third-party developers are not required to release their titles with a greatest hits label, even if said titles meet the criteria.
Additionally, Sony allows third-party developers some flexibility in the pricing of their own greatest hits titles, but most of them stick to the agreed-upon suggested retail price.
Games that are multi-million sellers may become greatest hits titles much later than 9 months to maximize profits.
It is also common practice for a game to re-release on the greatest hits label at a close proximity to the release of that game's sequel or follow-up. In 2006, Sony extended the greatest hits program to the PlayStation Portable.
To qualify, a title must be on the market for at least 9 months and have sold 250,000 copies or more.
The greatest hits price for PlayStation Portable games typically begins at $19.99.
On July 28, 2008, the program was introduced on the PlayStation 3.
A PlayStation 3 game must be on the market for 10 months and sell at least 500,000 copies to meet the greatest hits criteria.
PlayStation 3 greatest hits titles currently sell at $29.99.
Sony announced the launch of greatest hits on PlayStation 4 in Mexico, Canada, and the United States, renamed PlayStation Hits, on June 19, 2018.
As with PS3 greatest hits releases, they feature red, colored packaging and a red banner on their box art and disc.
PlayStation Hits pricing will also be available on PlayStation Store. While greatest hits titles are usually just a re-release of the original game with altered packaging and a lower price, occasionally a game is given a special edition of its original version, released under the greatest hits label.
Usually these additions are small bonuses, such as the inclusion of bug fixes, new game demos or soundtrack CDs, or slight improvements such as adding analog control or vibration functionality to games that did not have these features in their original releases.
Occasionally, significant changes are implemented into the game.
Noteworthy examples of this are the greatest hits special editions of Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 3, Heavy Rain, Jet Moto 2, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition, Midnight Club Los Angeles, Silent Hill 2, Virtua Fighter 4, Evolution. and Spyro, Year of the Dragon, which were enhanced significantly from their original releases, with added characters, levels, modes, features, etc.
The following titles have been released on the greatest hits label for PlayStation. 007, Tomorrow Never Dies. 007, The World Is Not Enough. 1 Extreme, 2 Extreme, A Bug's Life, Activision Classics, Air Combat, Alien Trilogy, and Ready Racing, Ape Escape. Army Men 3D, Army Men, Air Attack, Asteroids, Battle Arena Shinden, Casper, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, Chrono Cross, Cool Orders 2, Cool Orders 3, Cool Orders 4, Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot, Warped, Crash Bash, Crash Team Racing, Croc, Legend of the Gallows, Dance Dance Revolution Canamux, Dave Mirror Freestyle BMX, Destruction Derby. Destruction Derby 2, Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening Special Edition, Die Hard Trilogy, Digimon Digital Card Battle, Digimon Rumble Arena, Digimon World 2, Digimon World 3, Dino Crisis, Disney's Tarzan. Doom, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Battle 22, Driver 2, Duke Nukem, Time to Kill, The Dukes of Hazzard, Racing for Home, Fighting Force, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy Anthology, Final Fantasy Chronicles, Final Fantasy Origins, Final Fantasy Tactics, Formula 1, Frogger 2, Swampy's Revenge, Gran Turismo 2, Grand Theft Auto 2, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Hot Wheels Turbo Racing, Jeremy McGrath Supercross 98, Jetmoto 2, Championship Edition, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, The Legend of Dragoon. Loaded, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Special Edition, Madden NFL 98, Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX, Medal of Honor, Underground, Mega Man 8, Mega Man Legends, Mega Man X4, Metal Gear Solid, Monopoly, Monsters, Incorporated, Scream Team, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, Mortal Kombat 4, Namco Museum Volume 1, Namco Museum Volume 3, NASCAR 98, NASCAR 99, The Need for Speed 2, Need for Speed 3, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, High Stakes, NFL Blitz 2000, NFL Game Day 97, NHL 98, NHL Face Off 97. Nuclear Strike, Oddworld, Exodyssey, Pac-Man World, Parasite Eve, Rampage World Tour, Rayman, Ready to Rumble Boxing, Real Fishing, Resident Evil, Director's Cut, DualShock version, Resident Evil 2, DualShock version. Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, Ridge Racer, Road Rash 3D, Rocket Power, Team Rocket Rescue, Rugrats, Search for Reptar, Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, Silent Hill, SimCity 2000, Sled Storm, Soul Blade, Soviet Strike, Spider-Man 2, Enter, Electro, SpongeBob SquarePants, Super Sponge, Spyro the Dragon, Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, Spyro, Year of the Dragon, Star Wars, Dark Forces, Star Wars, Episode 1, JD Power Battles, Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Star Wars, Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Stuart Little 2, Siphon Filter 2, Siphon Filter 3, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, Tenpin Alley, Tenchu, Stealth Assassins, Tenchu 2, Birth of the Stealth Assassins, Test Drive 4, Test Drive 5, Test Drive, Off-Road. Tetris Plus, TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, Adventures of Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue, Triple Play 98, Triple Play 2001, Twisted Metal 2. Twisted Metal 3, Twisted Metal 4, Vagrant Story, Vigilante 8, Second Offense, Warhawk, WCW Nitro, WCW vs. the World, Wheel of Fortune, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Second Edition. Wipe the Out, WWF SmackDown, WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role, WWF Warzone, WWF WrestleMania, The Arcade Game, X-Men, Mutant Academy, and Xenogears. The following titles have been released on the Greatest Hits label for PlayStation 2. 007, Agent Under Fire. 007, Everything or Nothing. 007, Night Fire. 24, The Game. 50 Cent, Bulletproof. Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies. Ace Combat 5, The Unsung War, American Chopper 2, Full Throttle, ATV Off-Road Fury, ATV Off-Road Fury 2, ATV Off-Road Fury 3, ATV Off-Road Fury 4, Avatar, The Last Airbender. Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance, Battlefield 2, Modern Combat, Ben 10, Alien Force, Ben 10, Protector of Earth, Beyond Good and Evil, Black, Blitz, The League, Blowout, Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30, Bully, Burnout. Burnout 2, Point of Impact, Burnout 3, Takedown, Burnout Revenge, Cabela's Big Game Hunter, Cabela's Dangerous Hunts, Cabela's Deer Hunt, 2004 season, Call of Duty, Finest Hour, Call of Duty 2, Big Red 1. Call of Duty 3 Special Edition, Call of Duty, World at War, Final Fronts, Cars, Champions of North, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Chicken Little, The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, The Witch and the Wardrobe, Conflict, Desert Storm. Conflict, Desert Storm 2, Back to Baghdad, Crash Bandicoot, The Wrath of Cortex, Crash Nitro Kart, Crash Tag Team Racing, Crazy Taxi, Dance Dance Revolution Extreme, Dark Cloud 2. Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2, DDR Max 2 Dance Dance Revolution, Dead to Rights, Def Jam, Fight for NY, Def Jam Vendetta, Destroy All Humans 2, Devil May Cry 2. Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening Special Edition, Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy 7, Disgaea, Hour of Darkness, Dragon Ball Z, Unicate, Dragon Ball Z, Unicate 2, Dragon Ball Z, Unicate 3. Dragon Ball Z, Unicate Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Z, Unicate Tenkaichi 2, Dragon Ball Z, Unicate Tenkaichi 3, Dragon Quest 8, Journey of the Cursed King, Driver, Dynasty Warrior 4, Empires, Ed, Enemy, The Misadventures, Enter the Matrix, Fantastic 4, Fight Night 2004, Fight Night Round 2, Fight Night Round 3, Final Fantasy 10, 2. Final Fantasy 12, Finding Nemo, Flat Out 2, Flushed Away, Freak Style, The Getaway, Ghost Rider, The Godfather, The Game, God of War 2, GoldenEye, Rogue Agent, Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, Gran Turismo 4, Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City, Guitar Hero 2, Guitar Hero 3, Legends of Rock, Guitar Hero Encore, Rocks the 80s. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Harry Potter, Quidditch World Cup, High School Musical 3, Senior Year Dance, Hitman 2, Silent Assassin, Hitman, Contracts, Hot Shots Golf 3, Hot Shots Golf 4, The Incredible Hulk, Ultimate Destruction, The Incredibles. Iron Man, Yak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, Yak 2, Yak 3, Yak X, Combat Racing, Jaws Unleashed, Jet Li, Rise to Honor, Juiced, Killbot Switch, Killzone, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 3, Chain of Memories, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen 2, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2, The Legend of Spyro, A New Beginning, Lego Batman, the video game, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures. Lego Star Wars, the video game, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, The Lord of the Rings, The Third Age, Madagascar, Madden NFL 12, Manhunt. Marvel Nemesis, Rise of the Imperfects, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne, Maximo, Ghosts to Glory, Maximo vs. Army of Zin, Meet the Robinsons, Medal of Honor, European Assault. Medal of Honor, Frontline, Medal of Honor, Rising Sun, Medal of Honor, Vanguard, Mercenaries, Playground of Destruction, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Midnight Club, Street Racing. Midnight Club 2, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition Remix, Mortal Kombat, Deadly Alliance, Mortal Kombat, Deception, Mortal Kombat, Armageddon, Mortal Kombat, Shaolin Monks, MVP Baseball 2005. MX Unleashed, MX vs. ATV Unleashed, MX vs. ATV Untamed, Mist Free, Exile. Namco Museum, 50th Anniversary, Nano Breaker, Naruto, Uzumaki Chronicles, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja 2, NASCAR Thunder 2003, NASCAR Thunder 2004, NBA 2K2, NBA Callers, NBA Street Volume 2, NBA Street V3, Need for Speed, Carbon, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit 2, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Undercover, Need for Speed, Underground, Need for Speed, Underground 2, NFL 2K2, NFL Street 2, NFL Street 3, Nicktoons Unite, On Sphere, Okami, On Musha, Warlords, On Musha 2, Samurai's Destiny, Over the Hedge, Pac-Man World 2, Pinball Hall of Fame, The Gottlieb Collection, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Legend of Jack Sparrow, Power Rangers, Dino Thunder, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, and Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones, Prince of Persia, Warrior Within, Ratatouille, Ratchet and Clank, Going Commando, Ratchet and Clank, Up Your Arsenal, Ratchet, Deadlock, Rayman 2, Revolution, Rayman 3, Hoodlum Havoc, Rayman Arena, RC Revenge Pro, Red Dead Revolver, Red Faction 2, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil, Code, Veronica X, Resident Evil Outbreak, Robots, Rock Band, Complete Edition, Scarface, The World Is Yours, Scooby-Doo, Night of 100 Frights, Shadow of the Colossus, Shadow the Hedgehog, Shark Tale, Shrek 2, Shrek the Third, Silent Hill 2, Director's Cut, The Simpsons Game, The Simpsons Hit and Run, The Simpsons, Road Rage, The Sims 2, The Sims 2, Pets, The Sims Busting Out, Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus, Sly 2, Hand of Thieves, Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves, Smuggler's Run, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, SOCOM 2 US Navy SEALs, SOCOM 3 US Navy SEALs, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Combined Assault, Sonic Heroes, Sonic Mega Collection Plus, Sonic Riders, Soul Calibur 2, Soul Calibur 3, Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man, Friend or Foe, SpongeBob SquarePants, Battle for Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob SquarePants, Creature from the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob SquarePants, Lights, Camera, Pants, The SpongeBob SquarePants Movie, SpongeBob SquarePants, Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, SpongeBob's Atlantis SquarePants, Spy Hunter, Spyro, Enter the Dragonfly, SSX Tricky, SSX3, Star Ocean, Till the End of Time, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars, Bounty Hunter, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars, Starfighter, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, State of Emergency, Street Hoops, Stuntman, Siphon Filter, The Omega String, Tekken The Power of Juju, Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag Tournament, Tenshu, Wrath of Heaven, Test Drive, The Thing, Video Game, Thrillville, Time Splitters 2, TMNT, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon 2, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Jungle Storm, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness, Tomb Raider, Legend, Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Tony Hawk's Project 8, Tony Hawk's Proving Ground, Tony Hawk's Underground, Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Tourist Trophy, Transformers, The Game, True Crime, Streets of LA, Twisted Metal, Black, T the Tasmanian Tiger, Ultimate Spider-Man, The Herbs, Sims in the City, Valkyrie Profile 2, Solmeria, Virtua Fighter 4, Evolution, Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Rabbit, Wallace and Gromit and Project Zoo, The Warriors, We Love Katamari, World Championship Poker 2, World Series of Poker, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, and WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, WWF SmackDown Just Bring It, WWE SmackDown Shut Your Mouth, WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, Xenosaga Episode 1, Your Will Turn Back, X-Men Legends 2, Rise of Apocalypse, The New Ghetto, The Duelists of the Roses. The following titles have been released on the Greatest Hits label for PlayStation Portable. 300, March to Glory, Assassin's Creed, Bloodlines, Ape Escape, On the Loose, ATV Off-Road Fury, Pleasant Trails, Burnout Legends, Cars, Castlevania, The Dracula X Chronicles, Coded Arms, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII, Daxter, Dissidia, Final Fantasy, Dragon Ball Z, Shinju Decay, Fight Night Round 3, Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, God of War, Chains of Olympus, Gran Turismo, Grand Theft Auto, Chinatown Wars, Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City Stories, Hot Shots Golf, Open T, Iron Man, Killzone, Liberation, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures, Lego Pac-Man, the video game, Little Big Planet, Lumens, Puzzle Fusion, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Medal of Honor, Heroes, Heroes 2, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition, Midnight Club, LA Remix, Mortal Kombat, Unchained, MX vs. ATV, Untamed, Namco Museum Battle Collection, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Heroes, Need for Speed Carbon, Own the City, Need for Speed, Most Wanted 510, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed Underground, Rivals, Catapin, Ratchet and Clank, Size Matters, Resistance, Retribution, Ridge Racer, Scarface, Money, Power, Respect, Secret Agent Clank, The Simpsons Game, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fire Team Bravo, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fire Team Bravo 2, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Tactical Strike, Sonic Rivals 2, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Yellow Avenger, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars Battlefront, Renegade Squadron, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Siphon Filter, Dark Mirror, Tekken 5, Dark Resurrection, Thrillville, Off the Rails, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tony Hawk's Underground 2 Remix, Tony Hawk's Project 8, Transformers, The Game, Twisted Metal, Head On, Untold Legends, Brotherhood of the Blade, Whitey Out Tour, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, and WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011. The following titles have been released on the Greatest Hits label for PlayStation 3. Army of Two, The 40th Day, Europe Only, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed Rogue, Pac-Man Arkham Asylum, Game of the Year Edition, Pac-Man Arkham City, Game of the Year Edition, Pac-Man Arkham City plus Pac-Man Arkham Asylum Dual Package, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield, Bad Company, Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Bioshock 2, Bioshock Infinite, Borderlands 2, Burnout Paradise, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty, Black Ops 2, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty, World at War, Civilization Revolution, Crysis 2, Dark Souls 2, Dead Rising 2, Dead Space 2, Dead Space 3, Dead Island, Demon's Souls, Devil May Cry 4, Dishonored, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Ultimate Edition, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, Fight Night Champion, Fight Night Round 3, Fight Night Round 4, Final Fantasy 13, God of War Collection, God of War 3, Gran Turismo 5, Prologue, Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5, Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, Heavenly Sword, Heavy Rain, Hitman, Absolution, Infamous, Injustice, Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, Kingdoms of Amalur, Reckoning, L.A. Noire, Lego Pac-Man 2, DC Superheroes, Lego Pac-Man 3, Beyond Gotham, Lego Harry Potter, Years 1 to 4, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures, Lego Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues, Lego The Lord of the Rings, the video game, Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, Lego Star Wars, The Complete Saga. Little Big Planet, Game of the Year Edition, Mafia 2, MAG, Max Payne 3, Medal of Honor, Warfighter, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Midnight Club, Los Angeles Complete Edition. Mortal Kombat, Complete Edition, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, Motorstorm, Apocalypse, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, Need for Speed, Carbon, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, Most Wanted. Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Rivals, Need for Speed, Shift, Need for Speed, The Run, Need for Speed, Undercover, Ninja Gaiden, Sigma, 9 no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, Portal 2, Prince of Persia, Pro Evolution Soccer 2013. Rage, Ratchet and Clank Future, A Crack in Time, Ratchet and Clank Future, Tools of Destruction, Red Dead Redemption, Resident Evil 5, Gold Edition, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil, Operation Raccoon City. Resistance 2 Pack, Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Saints Row 2, Saints Row, the Third, Saints Row 4, Shift 2, Unleashed, The Sims 3, Skate 3, Sniper, Ghost Warrior. Year, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Confrontation, SOCOM 4 US Navy SEALs, Sonic Generations, Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection, Soul Calibur 4, Soul Calibur 5, South Park, The Stick of Truth. Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed 2, Street Fighter 4, Super Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter X Tekken, Tekken 6, Tomb Raider, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Future Soldier. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Blacklist, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas 2, UFC 2009 Undisputed, UFC Undisputed 3, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune. Uncharted Dual Pack, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, Virtua Fighter 5, Warhawk, Watch Dogs, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, and WWE 12. PlayStation 4. PlayStation gets titles for North America, Europe, Oceania, and Asia. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Europe and Asia only, Assassin's Creed, Syndicate Special Edition, Asia only, Assassin's Creed, the Ezio Collection, Asia only, Assassin's Creed, Unity, Asia only, Batman, Arkham Knight. Battlefield 1, Battlefield 4, Battlefield Hardline, Bloodborne, Crash Bandicoot, and same trilogy, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, Crash Team Racing, Nitro Fueled, The Crew, Death Stranding, Destiny, The Collection, Asia only, Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, Asia only, Disgaea 5, Asia only, Doom, Dragon Age, Inquisition, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Europe only. Dragon Quest Builders, Asia only, Dragon Quest Heroes 2, Asia only, Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Below and the Light Below, Dreams, Video Game, Drive Club, Guiding Light, the following, Enhanced Edition. Dynasty Warriors 8, Extreme Legends Complete Edition, Dynasty Warriors 9, EA Sports UFC 2, EA Sports UFC 3, Earth Defense Force 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Everybody's Golf, Asia only. The Evil Within, Asia only, F1 2015, Asia only, Far Cry 4, Far Cry, Primal, Asia only. Final Fantasy Type, 0 HD, Asia only, Final Fantasy 10/10, 2 HD Remaster, Asia only, Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise, Friday the 13th, the game. Galleon Chronicles Remastered, Asia only, God of War 3 Remastered, God of War, Gran Turismo Sport, Gravity Rush 2, Asia only, Gravity Rush Remastered, Asia only, Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition. Infamous, First Light, Asia only, Infamous, Second Son, Injustice, Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition, Injustice 2, Just Dance 2014, Asia only, Just Dance 2015, Asia only. Just Dance 2016, Asia only, Just Dance 2017, Asia only, Killzone, Shadowfall, Mac, Asia only, Mac 2, Asia only, The Last Guardian, Asia only, The Last of Us Remastered, Lego Jurassic World, Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Worlds, Little Big Planet 3, Mad Max, Europe only, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Definitive Experience, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Game of the Year Edition, Monster Hunter World, Mortal Kombat 10. Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, Europe only, Need for Speed Payback. Need for Speed Rivals, Naya, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 3, Europe only, The Order, 1886, Asia only, Persona 5, Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare 2, Reject Cars, Ratchet and Clank, Rayman Legends, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, Sengoku Hazara 4, Sumarashi, Asia only, Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition, Asia only, Spyro Ignited Trilogy, Star Wars Battlefront 2, Street Fighter 5, Tales of Berseria, Kirui Unfolded, Asia only, Terraria, The Last of Us Remastered, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, Asia only, Tom Clancy's The Division, Tomb Raider, Definitive Edition, Asia only, Uncharted, The Nathan's Drake Collection, Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy, Until Dawn, Watch Dogs, Europe and Asia only, Watch Dogs Complete Edition, Europe and Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2015, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2017, Asia only. Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6, The Son of Life. And PlayStation hits titles for the PAL region. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Pac-Man, Arkham Knight, Bloodborne, Dishonored 2, Doom, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Drive Club, Dynasty Warriors 8, Extreme Legends Complete Edition, Dynasty Warriors 9, Earth Defense Force 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Fallout 4, Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise, God of War 3 Remastered, Gran Turismo Sport, Gundam vs. Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition, Infamous, Second Son, Injustice 2, Killzone, Shadowfall, Lego Pac-Man 3, Beyond Gotham, Little Big Planet 3, Mad Max, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Definitive Experience, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Monster Hunter World, Mortal Kombat 10, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, Need for Speed Payback, Need for Speed Rivals, Naya, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 3, Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare 2, Reject Cars, Ratchet and Clank, Rayman Legends, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, Street Fighter 5, Tales of Berseria, Terraria, The Evil Within, The Last of Us Remastered, UFC 2, Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy, Uncharted, The Nathan's Drake Collection, Until Dawn, Watch Dogs, Wolfenstein, The New Order, Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6, The Son of Life. Essentials is the Sony PlayStation budget range in the PAL region, which covers Europe, the Middle East and Africa, Australia and South Asia.
It was launched in 1997 as the Platinum range but was later renamed for PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PlayStation 4.
After reaching the required level of sales, Sony often dropped the prices of the original title to platinum pricing levels, generally about half of the original retail price, as a way to clear inventory for retailers.
Similar budget ranges from Sony include the greatest hits and the best labels for the North American and Japanese markets, respectively.
Platinum was introduced in March 1997 and the first titles under it were Air Combat, Battle Arena Toshinden, Destruction Derby, Ridge Racer, Tekken and Wipeout.
At launch, a game required a minimum of 100,000 sales across the PAL region and needed to have been on sale for at least 1 year before qualifying for a platinum re-release.
These criteria were later tightened, reducing the required time on sale to 9 months, while raising the sales threshold to 250,000 copies.
The threshold was subsequently raised again to 400,000 copies.
As of 2006, the requirements were over 400,000 sales after 6 months on the PAL market.
Games that sell over 400,000 units in another region alone, such as Japan or the US, do not necessarily qualify for a platinum title.
For PlayStation Portable releases, the target is 400,000 unit sales required to achieve Platinum status.
As of 2008, any PS2, PSP or PS3 game that sold over 400,000 units on the PAL market qualified for Platinum status.
The Platinum distinction has since been extended.
Since 2010, it has been renamed Essentials for the PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PlayStation 4.
The first PS3 titles were released on August 1, 2008, namely Assassin's Creed, Heavenly Sword, Motorstorm, Ratchet & Clank Future, Tools of Destruction, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune and Virtua Tennis 3. For PlayStation 4 games, the name was changed to PlayStation Hits.
The first games under the new label were released on 18 July 2018 in PS Store and in retail stores for €19.99/£15.99 each.
Platinum range titles were recognizable by platinum/silver colored band on the game's casing, both the front and the spine.
The PlayStation design used the same logo that was introduced in early 1997 for all PAL region game cases, the differences being the coloring and that it indicates itself as platinum.
The PlayStation 2 design of the Platinum games had a silver band to act as a border and to contain the game's original cover, which is shrunk to fill about 75% of the Platinum cover.
The early Platinum games that were released prior to 2003 had the PlayStation logo repeated twice on the front case, once on the Platinum border and once on the original game's case.
With the original game's case dropping the PlayStation logo after 2002.
In 2005, a new, featured layout was introduced. These have a black border and silver outlines around the shrunken original game cover.
There is also a red orb located at the bottom of the original game cover with the words Platinum the best of PlayStation 2 and Platinum the best of PSP, PlayStation Portable for PlayStation 2 and PlayStation Portable games respectively.
The Platinum band can also be seen on the manual.
The PlayStation 3 Platinum range box art replaces the black background of the PlayStation 3 logo on the left with a yellow background and has the original box art shrunk slightly with a gray border and a yellow rectangle on top of it with Platinum the best of PlayStation 3 written on it. PlayStation and PlayStation 2 Platinum game discs do not feature any of the original game disc design. Instead, it is replaced with a simple silver design, which, along with the copyright notices around the edges, features the game's name in the center, surrounded by a black outline.
PlayStation Portable Platinum games use the original UMD games disc design, whilst PlayStation 3 Platinum games use the original disc design with a Platinum design on the disc.
List of Platinum range games. PlayStation titles. 007 Racing, 007, The World Is Not Enough, 007, Tomorrow Never Dies, Ace Combat 3, Electrosphere, Actua Soccer, Adidas Power Soccer, Air Combat, Alien Trilogy, Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, Ape Escape, Atlantis, The Lost Empire, A Bug's Life, Battle Arena to Shinden, Lost A Move 2, C12, Final Resistance, Chase the Express, Colin McRae Rally, Colin McRae Rally 2.0, Command and Conquer, Red Alert, Cool Borders 2, Cool Borders 3, Cool Borders 4, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot 3, Warped, Crash Team Racing, Crash Bash, Croc, Legend of the Diablos, Dancing Stage Party Edition, Destruction Derby 2, Destruction Derby Raw, Die Hard Trilogy, Digimon World, Dinosaur, Disney's Aladdin, In Nazira's Revenge, Disney's action game featuring Hercules, Disney's Tarzan, Disney's Treasure Planet, Donald Duck, Quack Attack, Doom, Driver 2, The Emperor's New Groove, F1 Championship Season 2000. Fade to Black. FIFA Soccer 96, FIFA Road to World Cup 98, FIFA 99, FIFA 2000, FIFA 2001, FIFA Football 2005, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8. Final Fantasy 9, Formula 1, Formula 1 97, Formula 1 2001, Jeep Police, Gran Turismo, Gran Turismo 2, Grand Theft Auto, Heart of Darkness, In Cold Blood, International Track and Field. International Superstar Soccer Pro, ISS Pro Evolution, The Italian Job, The Jungle Book Groove Party, Lilo and Stitch, Trouble in Paradise, Loaded, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, Lucky Luke, Medal of Honor, Underground, Medieval 2, Metal Gear Solid, Mickey's Wild Adventure, Micro Machines V3, Monsters, Incorporated, Steer Island, Monopoly, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, Moto Racer 2, Moto Racer World Tour, Need for Speed, Road Challenge, Need for Speed, Porsche 2000, Oddworld, Exodyssey, Oddworld, Exodus, Pandemonium, Parasite Eve 2, Peter Pan, Adventures in Neverland, PGA Tour 96, Porsche Challenge, Rayman 2, The Great Escape, Resident Evil 2, Ridge Racer Evolution, Ridge Racer Type 4, Road Rash, Rugrats in Paris, The Movie, Sheep, Dog, and Wolf, Silent Hill, Soul Blade, Soviet Strike, Spider-Man 2, Enter Electro, Spyro the Dragon, Spyro 2, Gateway to Glimmer, Spyro, Year of the Dragon, Star Wars, Brutal Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha, Stuart Little 2, Siphon Filter 2, Siphon Filter 3, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, Tenchu, Stealth Assassins, Thunderhawk 2, Firestorm, Tigger's Honey Hunt, Time Crisis, Project Titan, Toka Touring Car Championship, Toka 2 Touring Cars, Toka World Touring Cars, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, Tomb Raider Chronicles, Tony Hawk's Skateboarding, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue, True Pinball, V-Rally 2, Wipeout 2097, Worms, WRC, FIA World Rally Championship Arcade, WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role, and WWF Warzone. PlayStation 2 titles. 007, Agent Under Fire, 007, Everything or Nothing, 007, Night Fighter, 007, Quantum of Solace, 24, The Game, 50 Cent, Bulletproof, Athens 2004. Battlefield 2, Modern Combat, Ben 10, Protector of Earth, Black, Rats, Forever Diamonds, Rats, Rock Angles, Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30, Burnout 2, Point of Impact, Burnout 3, Takedown, Burnout Dominator, Burnout Revenge, Call of Duty 2, Big Red 1, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty, Finest Hour, Call of Duty, World at War, Final Fronts, Conis Can Edit, Chicken Little, Colin McRae Rally 3, Colin McRae Rally 04, Colin McRae Rally 2005, Conflict, Desert Storm 2, Conflict, Vietnam, Crash Bandicoot, The Wrath of Cortex, Crash of the Titans, Crash, Nitro Kart, Crash, Tag Team Racing, Crash, Twinsanity, Crazy Taxi, Dead or Alive 2, Devil May Cry 2, Disney, Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End, Disney/Pixar, Cars, Disney/Pixar, Ratatouille, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 2, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 3, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi 2, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi 3, Dragon Quest, The Journey of the Cursed King, Driver, EA Sports Rugby 08, Enter the Matrix, iToy, Groove, iToy, Play 2, iToy, Play 3, iToy, Play, Astro Zoo, iToy, Sports, FIFA 2001, FIFA Football 2002, FIFA Football 2003, FIFA Football 2004, FIFA Football 2005, FIFA 06, FIFA 07, FIFA 08, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14, FIFA Street 2. Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X, 2, Final Fantasy 12, Finding Nemo, Formula 1 2001, Formula 1 2003, Formula 104, Formula 105, Formula 106. From Russia with Love, God of War 2, GoldenEye, Road Agent, Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, Gran Turismo 4, Gran Turismo Concept, 2002 Tokyo Geneva, Grand Theft Auto 3. Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories, Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City. Grand Theft Auto, Vice City Stories, Gun, Happy Feet, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Harry Potter, Quidditch World Cup. Hitman 2, Silent Assassin, Hulk, Ice Age 2, The Meltdown, Yak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, Yak 2, Renegade, Yak 3, Yak X, Juiced, Killzone, Kingdom Hearts 2. Kung Fu Panda, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, Anniversary, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, Legend, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures, Lego Star Wars, the video game, Lego Star Wars 2, The Original Trilogy, Madagascar, Escape to Africa, Manhunt, Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne, Medal of Honor, European Assault. Medal of Honor, Frontline, Medal of Honor, Rising Sun, Medal of Honor, Vanguard, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Midnight Club, Street Racing, Midnight Club 2. Mortal Kombat, Deadly Alliance, MotoGP 3. MotoGP 4, MTV Music Generator 2, MX vs ATV Unleashed, Need for Speed, Carbon, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Underground. Need for Speed, Underground 2, Oni, Onimusha, Warlords, Over the Hedge, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Legend of Jack Sparrow, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones, Prince of Persia, Warrior Within. Pro Evolution Soccer, Pro Evolution Soccer 2, Pro Evolution Soccer 3, Pro Evolution Soccer 4, Pro Evolution Soccer 5, Pro Evolution Soccer 6, Pro Evolution Soccer 2008. Pro Evolution Soccer 2009, Pro Evolution Soccer 2010, Pro Evolution Soccer 2011, Ratchet, Gladiator, Ratchet and Clank 2, Locked and Loaded, Ratchet and Clank 3, Rayman, Raving Rapids. Rayman, Revolution, Rayman 3, Hoodlum Havoc, Red Faction, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil, Code Veronica X, Resident Evil, Outbreak, Ricky Ponting International Cricket 2005. Rugby 2004, Scarface, The World Is Yours, Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem, Shadow the Hedgehog, Shrek 2, Shrek the Third, Silent Hill 2, Director's Cut, Smash Court Tennis Pro Tournament 2. Smuggler's Run, SOCOM, U.S. Navy SEALs, SOCOM 2, U.S. Navy SEALs, SOCOM 3, U.S. Navy SEALs, Sonic Heroes, Sonic, Mega Collection Plus, Soul Calibur 3. Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, Spyro, A Hero's Tale, Spyro, Enter the Dragonfly, SSX 3, SSX, On Tour, SSX, Tricky, Star Wars, Battlefront. Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars, Starfighter, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, State of Emergency, Stuntman, Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag Tournament. The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, The Witch and the Wardrobe, The Getaway, Black Monday, The Godfather, The Incredibles, The Legend of Spyro, A New Beginning, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, The Lord of the Rings, The Third Age, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, The Simpsons Game, The Simpsons, Hit and Run, The Sims, Bustin' Out, The Sims 2, Castaway. The Sims 2, Pets, The Herbs, Sims in the City. The Warriors, This is Football 2002, This is Football 2003, This is Football 2005, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2004, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2005, Time Splitters. Topa Race Driver, Topa Race Driver 2, Topa Race Driver 3, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Double Agent, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Tony Hawk's Underground, Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Tourist Trophy, The Real Riding Simulator, Transformers, the game. True Crime, New York City, True Crime, Streets of LA, Ultimate Spider-Man, V-Rally 3, World Rally Championship, WRC 2 Extreme, WRC 3, the official game of the FIA World Rally Championship. WRC 4, the official game of the FIA World Rally Championship. WRC, Avec Sebastian Loeb Edition 2005. WRC, Rally Evolved. WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. WWE SmackDown Just Bring It. WWE SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, and 13th. PlayStation 3 titles. Army of Two, The 40th Day, Assassin's Creed 2, Game of the Year Edition, Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed, Revelations, Avatar, the game, Batman, Arkham Asylum. Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Bioshock 2, Borderlands, Game of the Year Edition, Burnout Paradise, The Ultimate Box, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty, Black Ops, Call of Duty, World at War, Colin McRae, Dirt 2, Dante's Inferno, Dead Space 2, Dirt 3, Complete Edition, Dragon Age, Origins. Driver, San Francisco, iPad Move Edition, Fallout 3, Far Cry 2, FIFA 08, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA Street 3. Fight Night Round 4, Final Fantasy 13, God of War 3, Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, Gran Turismo 5, Grand Theft Auto 4, The Complete Edition, Haze, Heavenly Sword, Heavy Rain, Move Edition. Homefront, Ultimate Edition, Infamous 2, Just Cause 2, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Little Big Planet, Game of the Year Edition, Little Big Planet 2, Mafia 2, Medal of Honor. Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Midnight Club, Los Angeles, Complete Edition, Mod Nation Racers, Motorstorm, Apocalypse, Motorstorm, Pacific Rift, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Shift, Portal 2, Prince of Persia, Pro Evolution Soccer 2009, Pro Evolution Soccer 2010, Pro Evolution Soccer 2011. Pro Evolution Soccer 2012, Prototype, Race Driver, Grid, Reloaded, Ratchet and Clank, Tools of Destruction, Ratchet and Clank, A Crack in Time, Ratchet and Clank, All for One, Red Dead Redemption, Resident Evil 5. Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Resistance 3, Ridge Racer 7, Saints Row 2, Sniper, Ghost Warrior, Soul Calibur 4, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Street Fighter 4, Tekken 6. The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Goody Edition, The Sims 3, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas 2, Tomb Raider, Underworld, UFC, Undisputed 2009, and UFC, Undisputed 2010, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, Virtua Tennis 3, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, and WWE 12 WrestleMania Edition. PlayStation Portable Titles. Ace Combat 10, Skies of Deception, Ape Academy, Armored Core, Formula Front, Ben 10, Protector of Earth, Brothers in Arms, D-Day, Burnout Legends, Call of Duty, Roads to Victory, Cars. Chessmaster, The Art of Learning, Chili Con Carnage, Colin McRae Rally 2005, Crash Tag Team Racing, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII, Daxter, Dissidia, Final Fantasy, Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai. Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai 2, Driver 76, Everybody's Golf, FIFA 06, FIFA 07, FIFA 08, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14. FIFA Street 2, Fired Up, Formula 106, Formula 1 Grand Prix, Gangs of London, Go Sudoku, God of War, Chains of Olympus, God of War, Ghost of Sparta, Gottlieb Pinball Classics, Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City Stories, Gran Turismo, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Jak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier, James Cameron's Avatar, the game. Killzone, Liberation, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Lego Batman, the video game, Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, Lemmings, Little Big Planet, Loco Roco 2, Lumens, Medal of Honor, Heroes, Medal of Honor, Heroes 2, Medieval, Resurrection, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition, Midnight Club, LA Remix, Mod Nation Racers, MotoGP, Motorstorm, Arctic Edge, MX vs ATV Reflex, Namco Museum Battle Collection, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Heroes, Need for Speed Carbon, Own the City, Need for Speed, Most Wanted 510, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Shift, Need for Speed, Undercover, Need for Speed, Underground Rivals, Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. Prince of Persia, Revelations, Prince of Persia, Rival Swords, Pro Evolution Soccer 2009, Pro Evolution Soccer 2010, Pro Evolution Soccer 2011, Pro Evolution Soccer 5, Pro Evolution Soccer 6, Pursuit Force, Extreme Justice, Ratchet and Clank, Size Matters, Resistance, Retribution, Ridge Racer 2, Rocky Balboa, Secret Agent Clank, Sega Mega Drive Collection, Smash Court Tennis 3, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fire Team Bravo 2, Sonic Rivals 2, Soul Calibur, Broken Destiny, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars, Lethal Alliance, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Siphon Filter, Dark Mirror, Tekken, Dark Resurrection, Tekken 6, The Simpsons Game, The Sims 2, The Sims 2, Castaway, The Sims 2, Pets, Total Race Driver 2, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Tomb Raider Legend, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Essentials, Transformers, The Game, Virtua Tennis, World Tour, Whiteout Pulse, Whiteout Tour, World Tour Soccer, Challenge Edition, Worms, Open Warfare, WRC, FIA World Rally Championship, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, and WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010. List of Essentials Rage Games. PlayStation 3 titles. Ace Combat, Assault Horizon, Assassin's Creed 2, Game of the Year Edition, Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed, Revelations, Assassin's Creed, Rogue, Avatar, The Game, Batman, Arkham Asylum, Goody Edition, Batman, Arkham City, Goody Edition, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Ultimate Edition, Battlefield Hardline, Vendetta, Bioshock Infinite, Borderlands 2, Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway, Burnout Paradise, The Ultimate Box, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, Call of Juarez, Bound in Blood, Call of Juarez, The Cardinal, Cars 2, Conflict, Night Ops, Crisis 2, Crisis 3, Dance Star Party, Dante's Inferno, Darksiders, Dark Souls, Prepare to Die Edition, Dark Souls 2, Dead or Alive 5, Dead Island Game of the Year Edition, Dead Island Riptide Complete Edition, Dead Rising 2, Off the Record, Demon's Souls, Dead Space 3, Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Devil May Cry 4, Devil May Cry HD Collection, Dirt 3, Complete Edition, Dirt, Showdown, Dishonored, Game of the Year Edition, DMC, Devil May Cry, Dragon Age, Inquisition, Dragon Age, Origins, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Ball, Raging Blast 2, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Xenoverse, Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen, Driver, San Francisco, Duke Nukem Forever, Enslaved, Odyssey to the West, iPad and Friends, F1 2012, F1 2015, F1 2014, Fallout 3, Game of the Year Edition. Fallout, New Vegas Ultimate Edition, Far Cry 2, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, Farming Simulator 15, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14, FIFA 15, FIFA 16, FIFA 17, FIFA 18, FIFA Street, Final Fantasy X/Final Fantasy X, 2 HD Remaster, Final Fantasy 13. God of War Collection, God of War Collection, Volume 2, God of War 3, Grand Theft Auto 4, Episodes from Liberty City, Grand Theft Auto 4, The Complete Edition, Gran Turismo 5, Grid 2, Grid Autosport. Heavy Rain, Move Edition, Heavenly Sword, Hitman, Absolution, Homefront, Ultimate Edition, Infamous, Infamous 2, Just Cause 2, Kane and Lynch 2, Dark Days, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, L.A. Noire, The Complete Edition, Lego Pac-Man, The Video Game, Lego Pac-Man 2, DC Superheroes, Lego Pac-Man 3, Beyond Gotham, Lego Harry Potter, Years 1 to 4, Lego Harry Potter, Years 5 to 7, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures, Lego Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues, Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, The Video Game, Lego Star Wars, The Complete Saga, Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, Lego The Hobbit, Lego The Lord of the Rings, Little Big Planet, Game of the Year Edition, Little Big Planet 2, Little Big Planet Karting, Lost Planet 2, Mafia 2, Mag, Mass Effect 3, Max Payne 3, Medal of Honor, Warfighter, Medieval Moves, Midnight Club, Los Angeles, Complete Edition, Mod Nation Racers, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, Mortal Kombat Complete Edition, Motorstorm, Apocalypse, Motorstorm, Pacific Rift, Move Fitness, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 2, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 Full Burst, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm Generations, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, a Criterion game, Need for Speed, Rivals, Complete Edition, Need for Speed, The Run, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Nine no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, One Piece, Pirate Warriors, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 2, Payday 2, PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, Portal 2, Prince of Persia, The Forgotten Sands, Pro Evolution Soccer 2015, Pro Evolution Soccer 2014, Pro Evolution Soccer 2015. Prototype, Race Driver, Grid, Reloaded, Rage, Red Dead Redemption, Game of the Year Edition, Rayman Origins, Rayman Legends, Ratchet and Clank, A Crack in Time, Ratchet and Clank Future, Tools of Destruction. Remember Me, Resident Evil 5, Gold Edition, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, Resident Evil Revelations, Resident Evil Revelations 2, Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Resistance 3, Saints Row 2, Saints Row the Third, Saints Row the Third, the full package, Sega Mega Drive Ultimate Collection, Shadow of Mordor, Skate 3, Sleeping Dogs, Sniper Elite V2, Sniper, Ghost Warrior, Sniper, Ghost Warrior 2, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, Sonic Generations, Sonic Unleashed, Sorcery, Soul Calibur 4, Soul Calibur 5, South Park, The Stick of Truth, Sports Champions 2, Start the Party, SSX, Starhawk, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Ultimate Sith Edition, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed 2, Street Fighter 10 Tekken, Super Street Fighter 4 Arcade Edition, Tekken 6, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, The Amazing Spider-Man, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Goody Edition, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, Legendary Edition, The Evil Within, The Lego Movie Video Game, The Fight, Thief, Tomb Raider, Underworld, Tomb Raider, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Future Soldier, Tom Clancy's Hawks, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas 2, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Double Agent, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Blacklist, Toy Story 3, The Video Game, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception, Vanquish, Viking, Battle for Asgard, Virtua Fighter 5, Virtua Tennis 4, Watch Dogs, Wolfenstein, The New Order, WWE 12 WrestleMania Edition, and WWE 13. PlayStation Portable Titles. Ace Combat 10, Skies of Deception, Ace Combat, Joint Assault, Ape Academy, Ape Escape P, Army of Two, The 40th Day, Assassin's Creed, Bloodlines, ATV Off-Road Fury Pro, Avatar, The Legend of On. Latvian Battle Brawlers, Defenders of the Core, Ben 10, Protector of Earth, Ben 10, Alien Force, Ben 10 Alien Force, Vilgax Attacks, Ben 10 Ultimate Alien, Cosmic Destruction, Blast Blue, Calamity Trigger. Breath of Fire 3, Brothers in Arms, D-Day, Burnout Legends, Burnout Dominator, Buzz, Brainbender, Buzz Brain of the UK, Buzz, Master Quiz, Buzz Quiz World, Buzz, The Ultimate Music Quiz, Capcom Puzzle World. Capcom Classics Collection Reloaded, Capcom Classics Collection Remixed, Cars, Cars 2, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Crash of the Titans, Crash, Mind Over Mutant, Crash Tag Team Racing, Dante's Inferno. Darkstalkers Chronicle, The Chaos Tower, Daxter, Despicable Me, Video Game, Dissidia, Final Fantasy, Dissidia 012, Final Fantasy, Disney Hannah Montana, Rock Out the Show, Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai. Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai 2, Dragon Ball Z, Tenkaichi Tag Team, Driver 76, Echo Chrome, Echo Shift, Everybody's Golf 2, Everybody's Tennis, Exit, iPad. F1 2009, Fat Princess, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14, FIFA Street 2, Fight Night Round 3, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 4, The Complete Collection, Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, Gangs of London, Greatest Collection, G-Force, Generation of Chaos, Geronimo Stilton, In the Kingdom of Fantasy. Geronimo Stilton, Return to the Kingdom of Fantasy, Gladiator Begins, God of War, Chains of Olympus, God of War, Ghost of Sparta. God's Eater Burst, God League Pinball Classics, Gran Turismo, Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Invisimals, The Lost Tribes, Invisimals, Shadow Zone, Iron Man 2, Yak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier, Juice 2, Hot Import Knights, Key of Heaven, Killzone, Liberation, Lego Pac-Man, The Video Game, Lego Harry Potter, Years 1 to 4. Lego Harry Potter, Years 5 to 7, Lego Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues, Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, The Video Game, Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, Lemmings, Little Big Planet, Loco Roco. Loco Roco 2, Lord of Arcana, Marvel Superhero Squad, Medal of Honor, Heroes 2, Medieval, Resurrection, Mega Menace Volume 1, Mega Menace Volume 2, Mega Menace Volume 3. Mega Man Maverick Hunter 10, Metal Gear Acid, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Mod Nation Racers, Monster Hunter Freedom 2, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, Mortal Kombat, Unchained, Motor Storm, Arctic Edge. MX vs. ATV, Reflex, Namco Museum Battle Collection, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Heroes 2, The Phantom Fortress, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Heroes 3, Naruto Shippuden, Kizuna Drive. Naruto Shippuden, Legends, Akatsuki Rising, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Impact, NBA, Live 09, NHL 07, Need for Speed Carbon, Own the City, Need for Speed, Most Wanted 510, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Underground Rivals, Need for Speed, Shift, Need for Speed, Undercover, Open Season, Parappa the Rapper, Catapun 2, Catapun 3, Peter Jackson's King Kong. The official game of the movie, Pets My Baby Hamster, Pets My Puppy Family, Phantasy Star Portable, Pocket Racers, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End. Power Stone Collection, Prince of Persia Revelations. Prince of Persia Rival Swords, Prince of Persia, The Forgotten Sands, Pursuit Force Extreme Justice, Ratchet and Clank, Size Matters, Ratatouille, Resistance, Retribution, Secret Agent Clank. Sega Mega Drive Collection, Sega Rally, Shaun White Snowboarding, Sid Meier's Pirates, Silent Hill Origins, Silent Hill, Shattered Memories, Skate Park City, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fireteam Bravo 3, Sonic Rivals. Sonic Rivals 2, Soul Calibur, Broken Destiny, Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man, Web of Shadows, Split/Second Velocity, Space Invaders Extreme, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Yellow Avenger, SpongeBob's Truth or Square, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max, SSX on Tour, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars Battlefront, Renegade Squadron, Star Wars Battlefront, Elite Squadron, Star Wars The Clone Wars, Republic Heroes, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Super Monkey Ball Adventure, Surf's Up, Siphon Filter, Dark Mirror, Siphon Filter, Logan Shadow, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, Tekken, Dark Resurrection, Tekken 6, Tenchu, Shadow Assassins, Test Drive Unlimited, The Mystery Team, The Sims 2, The Sims 2, Castaway, The Sims 2, Pets, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 10, TMNT, Tron, Evolution, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Tomb Raider Legend, Tom Clancy's End War, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Essentials, Tony Hawk's Project 8, Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Remix, Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, The Third Birthday, Tomb Raider Legend, Toy Story 3, the video game, UFC, Undisputed 2010, Up, Valkyria Chronicles 2, Wall-E, Warhammer 40,000, Squad Command, Whiteout Pulse, Whiteout Pure, Worms, Open Warfare, Worms, Open Warfare 2, WWE All-Stars, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, and X-Men Origins, Wolverine. List of PlayStation hits range games. PlayStation 4, PAL. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Batman, Arkham Knight, Bloodborne, Dishonored 2, Doom, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Drive Club, Dynasty Warriors 8, Extreme Legends Complete Edition, Dynasty Warriors 9, Earth Defense Force 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Fallout 4, Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise, God of War 3 Remastered, Gran Turismo Sport, Gundam vs. Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition, Infamous, Second Son, Injustice 2, Killzone, Shadowfall, Lego Batman 3, Beyond Gotham, Little Big Planet 3, Mad Max, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Definitive Experience, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Monster Hunter World, Mortal Kombat 10, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, Need for Speed Payback, Need for Speed Rivals, Naya, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 3, Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare 2, Reject Cars, Ratchet and Clank, Rayman Legends, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, Street Fighter 5, Tales of Berseria, Terraria, The Evil Within, The Last of Us Remastered, UFC 2, UFC 3, Uncharted 4, Ascent, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy, Uncharted, The Nathan Drake Collection, Until Dawn, Watch Dogs, Wolfenstein, The New Order, Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6, The Son of Life. The rest is a Sony PlayStation budget range in Japan and parts of Asia.
Similar budget ranges include Greatest Hits, PlayStation in North America, Essentials in PAL regions, and Big Hit Series in Korea.
For the PlayStation, the best was followed by PS1 books when the PS1 was released in 2001.
These games were top-selling popular titles that were made available again in a low-priced version under this new label.
Games released under the PS1 books label did not come in standard jewel cases like other PlayStation games, but instead came packaged in slim jewel cases.
The game's instruction booklets were typically placed outside of the case, with both booklet and case sealed in plastic packaging.
The software contained on the discs was usually the original retail game, however bug fixes were applied for a few titles.
PS1 books titles were still being released until late 2006.
The first PlayStation 3 The Best titles were released on March 19, 2008.
However, Armored Core 4 had been prior released as early as January 10, 2008 in the best collection.
PlayStation. The best. A 4 Evolution Global, A5, Arusha, Eco 5, Ace Combat 2, Ace Combat 3, Electrosphere, Akagawa Jiro, Yasaki 2, Akiyamaho Dracula 10, Gekka no Yasaki 2. Arcolette 2, Arcolette 3, Armored Core, Reject Phantasma, Armored Core, Master of Arena, Rikuzo Diko Tora Densetsu, Art Truck Battle, Rikuzo Diko Tora Densetsu 2. Battle Arena to Shinden 2 Plus, Base Landing 2, Biohazard 3, Last Escape, Biohazard, Gun Survivor, Bloody Roar, Hyper Beast Duel, Bloody Roar 2, Ringer of the New Age, Bakyu no Natsuyazumi. Rikuho Monogatari Harvest Moon, Boxer's Road, Breath of Fire 3, Breath of Fire 4, Murder, Bushido Blade 2, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, Classic Road, Clock Tower 2, Cool Hoarders 2, Dino Shikyu, Day, Forjai Super Robot Days S, Days Review, Player Spirit, Densetsu no Ogre Battle, Density Go 2, Density Go Professional, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, Diablo, Dino Crisis 2, Dr. Planetary no Tetsukin, Doko Demo Isho, Dragon Quest 4, Mitsubishi Reshi Monotachi, Dragon Quest 7, Eden no Senshi Tachi, Echo Knight. Eli no Atelier, Salbert no Renkinjutsushi 2, FIFA, Road to World Cup 98, World Cup no Michi, Fighting Illusion, K1 Revenge, Fighting Illusion, K1 Grand Prix 98. Final Fantasy VII International, Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy Tactics, Fish Eyes, Gekko Otsukuro, Gallop Racer 2, One and Only Road to Victory, Gallop Racer 2000. Genso Sukin, Ikuho Parodius, The Deluxe Pack, Gradius Gaiden, Gran Turismo, Grandia, Gunbullet, Gunbirl, Hajin no Hippo, The Fighting, Monkey Pro Mahjong Tetsuman Special, Hashinenji, Hyper Olympic in Nagano. IQ, Intelligent, IQ, Final, Initial D, Jet to Go, Let's Go My Airliner, Kijiro, Kikumi Kenshinsho, Kamen Rider, Kensetsu Chike Simulator, Kenki Ike, Kido Senshi Gundam. Kido Senshi Gundam version 2.0, Kandaichi Shonen no Jukenbo Hihodo Radaneru Sanjeki, King's Field 2, King's Field 3, Clayman, Neverhood no Nazo. Kikumikan, Track Simulation Game, Ludeia Densetsu, Linda Cube again, Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete, Lupin 3, Chateau de Cagliostro Seike, Macross Digital Mission VFX, Mahjong Teike 2 Special. Maria, Shimatachi ga Yumari Awake, Atelier Marie, The Alchemist of Salzburg, Revelations, Persona, Linkyo Otoro, Minano Golf 2, Monster Farm 2, Moon, Remix RPG Adventure. Moonlight Syndrome, My Home Dream, Mist, Namco Museum in Core, Namco Museum Volume 1, Namco Museum Volume 2, Namco Museum Volume 3, Namco Museum Volume 4, Namco Museum Volume 5. Neo Atlas, Nakanaga no Yahoo, Hayden, Nakanaga no Yahoo, Tenshoki, Nakanaga no Yahoo, Shizuru, Nakanaga no Yahoo, Repkin, Null, Not Digital, Option Tuning Car Panel. Or no Ryori, or no Shikaman Woko Duke, Overblood 2, Tachi Slot Hands in Koryu 3, PAL, Shinken Densetsu, Pa Rapper the Rapper, Parlor Pro 2, Parlor Pro 4. Persona 2, Innocent Sin, Persona 2, Eternal Punishment, Pilot 9 Naro, Police Knots, Pokebolo Cross Monogatari 2, Chromajon Kion Plus, Payo 2 Kerivan. Payo Sun Kerivan, MJ, The Mystery Hospital, Raystorm, Real Valkyro Densetsu, Ridge Racer Evolution, Rite Ninja Tatsujeki Tenshu, Shinobi Gaiden, RPG Tsukuru 4. Runabout, Rurouni Kenshin, Maiji Kenkuku Romanton, Ishinju Kitahin, Rurouni Kenshin, Maiji Kenkuku Romanton, Jiyushi Inbohen, Samurai Spirits, Zenkuro Musicin. Songakushi 4, Songakushi 5, Songakushi 6, SD Gundam, G Century, SD Gundam, G Generation, Sinto Kaka, Airland Panel, Sinto Kaka K Improved. Shin Nippon Pro Wrestling, Falcon Red Shin, Shin Super Robot Taisen, Shin Theme Park, Shinsetsu Samurai Spirits Bushido Red Shin, Shutoko Battle, Drift King, Shutoko Battler, Sidewinder USA, Sidewinder 2. SimCity 2000, Simulation RPG Tsukaru, Samato, Soul Edge, Sound Novel Evolution 1, Atajirizo Sazi Hen, Sound Novel Evolution 2, Kametachi no Yoru Tokubetsu Hen, Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha. Street Fighter 02, Super Robot Taisen F, Super Robot Taisen F Kenketsuhin, Teiko Rishiden 2, Teo no Shippo, Wild, Pure, Simple Life, Tales of Destiny, Tales of Eternia, Tales of Fantasia. TaBNWNE, Tekken, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, The Conveni, Onomachi wo Dakyuzinseyo, The King of Fighters 95, The King of Fighters 96, The King of Fighters 97, The Raiden Project. Theme Park, Time Crisis, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Tomb Raider 2, Couch Max, Seizukyu Driver Master, Couch Max 2, True Love Story, Suwato Sivas Fishing. Ultraman Fighting Evolution, General Emmy, Valkyrie Profile, Vandal Hearts 2, Vid Ribbon, Vigilante 8, V-Rally Championship Edition, Wild Arms, Second Ignition, Winning Post 2, Program 96. Winning Post 3, Wizard V, Logiman Saga, World Neverland, Allard Akutyu Monogatari, World Neverland 2, Pluto Kaio Akutyu Monogatari, XI Say, Jumbo. Yaradora Series Volume 1, Double Cast, Yaradora Series Volume 2, Kizetsu Ode Kishimi, Yaradora Series Volume 3, Sempagita, Yaradora Series Volume 4, Yukiwari no Hana, Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Capsule Breed and Battle, and Zero Pilot, Fighter of Silver Wing. The best for family. Nakudo Kaide, Let's Go, WGP Hyperheat, Lumberman Fantasy Race, Lumberman World, Koro Q Ver 1.02, Koro Q2, Koro Q3, Koro Q Marine, Q Hook. Koro Q Wonderful, Crash Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot 3, Flying Globetrotting, Crash Bandicoot Racing, Katana Twin D Yahoo Deluxe Pack, Digimon World. Dragon Ball Z, Idanaru Dragon Ball Densetsu, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Battle 22, Dragon Ball Final Bout, DX Jinsei Game, DX Jinsei Game 2, DX Nippon Taku Ryuko Game, DX Akuman Shoha Game, Gander Goemon, Yuchu Keizaku Akijinkyu, Uchodu Park, Theme Park Monogatari, Hermé Hopperhead, Scrap Panic, Iwatobi Penguin Rocky X Hopper, Kawa no Nushitsuri, Hityu Omadami. Kei's no Klonoa, Dorka Phantomal, My Tanki Kanon, Mamataro Densetsu, Mamataro Dentetsu 7, Motor Toon Grand Prix USA Edition, Nyanto Wonderful, Pocket Fighter, Puzzle Bobble 2, Puzzle Bobble 3DX. Rockman 8, Metal Heroes, Rockman Battle and Chase, Rockman Dash Hagen no Kenshin, Rockman Dash 2, Episode 2, Great Inheritance, Rockman X3, Rockman X4, Rockman X5, Rockman X6. Sarugetsu, Smash Court, Fusion Taisen Puzzle Dama, Tetris X, Time Lock-in Series, Lock-in to Apatsu Durango, and Tron Nai Kappen. PS1 Books. 20 Riki Striker Retshin, Akagawa Jiro, Majitachi no Nimori, Fuketsuze, Akagawa Jiro, Yazaki Q, Akagawa Jiro, Yazaki Q2, Akiyamaho Dracula X, Gekka no Yazaki Q. America on an Ultra Quiz, Arctolad 2, Arctolad 3, Armored Core, Reject Phantasma, Armored Core, Master of Arena, Veltlogger 9, Vishivashi Special. Vishivashi Special 2, Vishivashi Special 3, Step Champ, The Kuho Monogatari Harvest Moon for Girl, Lumberman Fantasy Race, Lumberman Land, Caramella, Chocobo Racing, Koro Q3, Koro Q Jet, Rainbow Wings. Koro Q Wonderful, Koro Q Marine, Q Boat, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, Colin McRae Rally 2, Combat Koro Q, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot 3, Flying Globetrotting, Crash Bandicoot Carnival, Crash Bandicoot Racing, Crockett Kingdom no Tinkerbox, Dinko Second Micro Runner, Katana Twin D Yahoo Deluxe Pack, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, Dukerism. Digital Glider Airman, Docu Remix, Billiards Multiple, Dragon Quest 4, Mitsubishi Monotachi, Dragon Quest 7, Eden no Senshi Tachi, DX Jinsei Game 5, DX Human Shoha Game 2. DX Shosho Game, Echo Knight number 2, Memori no Shuheisha, Air Guys, in an Angel, Exciting Pro Wrestling 2, Fever, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Fever 2, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation. Fever 3, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Fever 4, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Fever 5, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy VII International, Fish Eyes 2, Front Mission 3, Gecko Otsukuro 2, Gallop Racer 3, Denver Goleman, Oedo Deketun, Denver Goleman, Yuchu Keizuku Akijingyu. GGG no Kitaro, Shayukashu Yake Dexizun, Dekitotsu Toma Lurk, Toma Runner vs. Lurk and Seal, Shovel Master Minoru Kenki Patsu, Jinso Sukiden 2. Jinso Sukagein Volume 1, Harmonia no Kenshi, Jinso Sukagein Volume 2, Pure Zuda Repair no Keto, Get Backers Mechanic U, Goleman, Shinsei Shumi, Ikuho Parodius, The Deluxe Pack, Gradius Gaiden, Gran Turismo 2, Great Rugby Jityo 98, Groove Adventure Rave, Nikan no Hiseki, Groove Adventure Rave, Yakyo no Kizuna, Ucho du Park, Theme Park Monogatari, Heishin 2, Hunter x Hunter, Maharoshi no Greed Island. Hunter x Hunter, Yubuware Aura Stone, IQ, Final, Kijiro, Kikumi Kenshinsho, Kawa no Nushitsuri, Hityo o Matamik, Kensetsu Tike Simulator, Kenki Ike, Kero King, King's Field. King's Field 2, King's Field 3, Tecmo's Deception, Invitation to Darkness, Lake Masters Pro, Little Princess, Marlakitio no Ningyo Heim 2, Revelations, Persona, Metal Gear Solid, Integral. Metal Slug, Mesus Maiman Yakyu, Mini Moni, Dice Dupayan, Mamataro Densetsu, Mamataro Dentetsu 5, Mamataro Dentetsu 7, Mushikaro, My Home Dream, Neko Naka Enkai, Omagatoki. Omagatoki 2, or no Ryori, or no Shikata no Kobuke, Hachi Slaughteroo Zakutu 2, Hachi Slaughteroo Zakutu 4, Parappa the Rapper, Parasite Eve 2, Police Knots. Pokebolo Cross Monogatari 2, Pokebolo, Quiz Dollar Millionaire, Wacky Party, Quiz Derricano Jinsei Game Day, 2K, R4, Ridge Racer Type 4. Racing Lagoon, Rikikyu, Ikeda Kizuku Shinri Kenkuho, Rockman 2, Dr. Wily no Nazo, Rockman 3, Dr. Wily no Sego, Rockman 4, Aratana Ryako. Rockman 5, Blues no Wena, Rockman 6, Shijizege no Tanuke, Rockman X4. Saga Frontier 2, Samurai Spirits, Zenkuro Musicin, Samurai Spirits, Amakusa Korin Special, Sarugetsu, Saishi Owasoho, Potestas, Seiken Densetsu, Legend of Rena. Senryu Shiden, Tora Riki Zenden, Shin Theme Park, Shutoko Atlar, Silent Hill, Sister Princess 2, Slap Happy Rhythm Busters, Smash Court, Soul Edge. Sound Novel Evolution 3, Machi, Unmi no Kazutun, Star Ocean, The Second Story, Submarine Hunter Saiyakai, Summon Knight 2, Super Robot Taisen Alpha Gaiden. Teo no Shippo, Wild, Pure, Simple Life, Tamame Monogatari, Tenkyu no Restaurant, Tennis no Ajizama, The Adventure of Puppet Princess, Marlakitio no Ningyo Himi, The Humming Islands, Kid Clown no Crazy Puzzle. The King of Fighters 97, The King of Fighters 98, Team Aquarium, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Tokimeki Memorial 2 Sub-Stories, Dancing Summer Vacation, Tokimeki Memorial 2 Sub-Stories, Leaping School Festival. Tokimeki Memorial 2 Sub-Stories, Memories Ringing On, Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 1, Nishihiro no Seishin, Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 2, Iridori no Love Song. Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 3, Takadachi no Huda, Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama, Tokimeki Memorial 2 Taisen Puzzle Dama, Tokimeki no Haukago, Tomb Raider 2, Tora. Twilight Syndrome Seikei, Ubi RPG, Umi no Nishitsuri, Takerujima Namuket, Gemmerlemi, Urawaza Mahjong, Red Tenwa Yakusuke, Vagrant Story, Valkyrie Profile, Vampire Hunter D. Vandal Hearts 2, Vid Ribbon, V-Rally Championship Edition, V-Rally Championship Edition 2, Wild Arms, Second Ignition, WTC, World Touring Car Championship, Xenogears, X-I-Say. Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Capsule Breed and Battle, Yu-Gi-Oh! Shindu Monsters, and then Nippon Pro Wrestling, Ohano Kan. PlayStation 2. //GU Volume 1, //GU Volume 2, Kimi Omoko, //GU Volume 3, Aruku Yona Heyazudu, //Volume 1X Volume 2, //Volume 3X Volume 4, ACE, Another Centuries Episode, Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies, Ace Combat 5, The Unsung War, Ace Combat, The Belkan War. Artunelico, Seki no Aori Yute Setsukuru Shouho, Artunelico 2, Seki Nai Hibatu Shouho Tachi no Metaphalica, Armored Core 2, Another Ace, Armored Core 3, Silent Line. Armored Core, Last Raven, Armored Core, Nexus, Rikuzo Diko Tora Densetsu, Otoko Hanamichi Roman, Biohazard 4, Biohazard Outbreak, Bleach, Blade Rattlers, Bleach, Irakureshi Tameshi. Bleach, Hanadareshi Yabu, Bloody Roar 3, Bakyu no Natsuyazumi 2, Bakyu Tomeo, Rikuho Monogatari 3, Heart Nai Hi Otsuki, Rikuho Monogatari, A Wonderful Life, Lumberman Land 2. Bravo Music, Breath of Fire 5, Dragon Quarter, Using, Wizardry Alternative, Capcom vs SNK2, Millionaire Fighting 2001, Crash Bandicoot 4, Sakuretsu Majin Power. Concept 2 Expansion, Day, 2 Jai Super Robot Taisen Alpha, Day, 3 Jai Super Robot Taisen Alpha, Shun no Ginga E, Dark Cloud, Dark Chronicle, Dead or Alive 2, Hardcore, Demento. Deno Senki Virtuon, Marks, Density Go Final, Density Go Shinkansen, Devil May Cry 3, Special Edition, Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII International, Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z 2, Dragon Ball Z 3, Energy Air Force, Exciting Pro Wrestling 3, EX Gen Z Game 2, Extermination, Fate/Stay Night Rialta Nua, Final Fantasy X, Fu Unwakamatsu Den. Fu Unshinsengumi, Galactomizing Jakiju, Rakigaki Akutyu, Gallop Racer 6, Revolution, Gambler Densetsu Tetsaya, Genji, Genso Suikoden 4, Genso Suikoden 5, Godhead. Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, Gran Turismo 4, Gran Turismo 4 Prologue, Gran Turismo Concept, 2001 Tokyo, Guilty Gear 10 Plus, Guilty Gear 20, The Midnight Carnival. Gundam True Odyssey, Ashinuera Gino Densetsu, Gun Griffin Blaze, Gun Survivor 2, Biohazard, Code, Veronica, Hajime no Ippo, Victorious Boxers, Championship Version, Eco, Ikuzagami. Initial D, Special Stage, Yak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, Ka, Kijero 2, Dark Illusion, Kametachi no Yoru 2, Katamari Damacy, Case no Klonoa 2, Sekegama Zando Azurumono. Shengo 2, Shengo 3, Shengo Hensho 2, Full Throttle, Chesson 2, Chesson 3, Kino Senshi Gundam Seed Destiny, Ringo vs. ZAFT 2 Plus. Kino Senshi Gundam, Jiren no Yako, Axis no Kaioi 5, Kino Senshi Gundam, Rento vs. ZNDX, Kino Senshi Z Gundam, AEUG vs. Titans, Kinnikuman, Generations, Katoba no Puzzle, Maja Kitten, Lucadia, Dual Saga, Lupin 3, Majutsu no Izan, Magna Carta, Tears of Blood, Mekhe Senki Disgaea 2, Maximo, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 2, Substance, Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake Eater, Metal Saga, Sanjin no Kuzari, Minadezuki Katamari Damacy, Mina no Golf 3, Mina no Golf 4, Mina no Tennis, Mamataro Dentetsu 12, Nishinohan Henmo Ari Mess, Mamataro Dentetsu 15. Gane Mambi Taoju no Maki, Mamataro Dentetsu 16, Moving in Hokkaido, Mamataro Dentetsu USA, Monster Farm 4, Monster Hunter G, Monster Hunter 2, Mizu Orochi, Mayo Serun, Namco X Capcom, Naruto, Naruto Made Hero, Naruto, Naruto Made Hero 2, Naruto, Naruto Made Hero 3, New Gensei Game, Naganaga no Yaho, Kukashin, Naganaga no Yaho, Tenkasazi, on Sphere, Okami, Onimusha, Onimusha 2, Operator Side, Power Up of the Rapper 2, Persona 3 FES, Persona 4, Fantasy Star Universe, Phantom Brave, Pilot 9 Naru 2, Pico Seru 2001, Lola Croix, Hajimari no Falcon, Payo Payo Fever, Ratchet and Clank 2, Gaga Ga Ginga no Kamandashu, Ratchet and Clank 3, Toxicity Galactic Rangers, Ratchet and Clank 4th, Jiri Jiri Ginga no Giga Battle, Ridge Racer 5, Rogue Galaxy Director's Cut, R-Type Final, Rurouni Kenshin, Maiji Tenkaichi Romanton, Enjo Kyoto Rin, Ryu Ga 2, Samurai 2, and Zenban. Samurai 2, Kedovan, Songakushi 7, Sarugetsu 2, Sarugetsu 3, Sarugetsu, Million Monkeys, Sengoku Hazara 2, Sengoku Hazara 2 Heroes, Sengoku Hazara 10, Sengoku Muzu Mashouten, Sengoku Muzu 2, Sengoku Muzu 2 Empires 7, Molref no Chihaite, Shadow Hearts 2, Director's Cut. Shin Megami Tensei 3, Nocturne, Shin Onimusha, Dawn of Dreams, Shin Sangetsu Muzu 2, Shin Sangetsu Muzu 3, Shin Sangetsu Muzu 3 Mashouten, Shin Sangetsu Muzu 4, Shin Sangetsu Muzu 4 Empires, Shin Sangetsu Muzu 4 Mashouten, Shining Force EXA, Shining Tears, Shining Wind, Shinobi, Shutoko Battle 0, Shutoko Battle 01, Sidewinder Max, Siren 2. Space Channel 5 Part 2, Star Ocean, Till the End of Time, Director's Cut, Summon Night 3, Super Robot Taisen Impact, Super Robot Taisen OG, Original Generations, Super Robot War Z. Tsushimi Haruhi no Commodore, Teiko no Taxogen, Appear Sending, Teiko no Taxogen, Go Go Gabbing, Teiko no Taxogen, Waku N Matsuri, Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Legendia, Tales of Symphonia. Tales of the Abyss, Terran Saga, Rogue Saga, Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag Tournament, Tenshu Kyurei, Tenshu Sen, Tengen Metyo 2, Manjimaru, Tengen Metyo 3, Numida. Time Crisis 2, Toro Tokijutsu, Tourist Trophy, True Crime, New York City, Ultraman Fighting Evolution 2, Valkyrie Profile 2, Solmeria, Vampire Knight. Venus and Graves, Mono to Megami to Harobi no Yojin, Wander to Kyoto, Wild Arms, Advanced Third, Wild Arms, Alter Code F, Wild Arms, the 4th Detonator, Wild Arms, the 5th Vanguard, WRC, World Rally Championship. Xenosaga Episode 1, Your Will Turn Back, Xenosaga Episode 2, Gensai San, Get Unpose, Yu Yu Hakusho Forever, ZOE, Zone of the Enders, 002, A Cake Show. 03, Shizi no Ko, Anzete Zetsumi Toshi. PlayStation 3. Ace Combat, Assault Horizon, Africa, Akiva's Trip, Undead and Unrest, Asia Only, Alice, Madness Returns, Asia Only, Arcanelico Koga, Nelavar Seal, Armored Core 4, for answer. Army of 2, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed 2, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed 3, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed, Revelations, Asia Only, Battlefield 3. Battlefield, Bad Company, Asia Only, Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Asia Only, Bayonetta, Resident Evil 5, Asia Only, Biohazard 5, Alternative Edition, Resident Evil 6, Biohazard Chronicles HD Selection. Biohazard HD Remaster, Resident Evil, Revelations, Resident Evil, Revelations 2, Resident Evil, Blade Storm, Hayate Vincenzo, Blast Blue, Calamity Trigger, Asia Only, Blast Blue, Chrono Phantasma. Blast Blue, Continuum Shift Extend, Bleach, Soul Ignition, Akio no Natsuyazumi 3, Burnout Paradise, The Ultimate Box, Asia Only, Crisis 2, Asia Only. Day, Fujai Super Robot Taisen Z Jigatu Hen, Darksiders, Shinpan no Toki, Asia Only, Dead Rising 2, Dead Space, Asia Only, Dead Space 2, Asia Only, Demon Souls, Devil May Cry 4. Devil May Cry HD Collection, Disgaea Dimension 2, Dragon Age, Origins, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Tenkaichi, Dragon's Dogma, Dragon Quest Builders, Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Glow and the Light Below, Asia only, Driver, San Francisco, Asia only, Earth Defense Force, Insect Armageddon, The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel, Enchant Arm, Atelier Scientology, Alchemists of the Dusk Sky, Fallout 3, Game of the Year Edition, Fallout, New Vegas, Far Cry 3, Asia only, FIFA 11, Asia only, FIFA 12, Asia only. Fight Night Round 4, Asia only, Final Fantasy 13, 2, Folk Soul, Ashinuera Densho, God of War 3. Heavy Rain, Infamous 2, Initial D Extreme Stage, Just Dance 4, Asia only, Katamari Forever, Keto Senshi Gundam, Extreme vs. Keto Senshi Gundam, Extreme vs. Full Boost, Keto Senshi Gundam, Target in Sight, Keto Senshi Gundam Senki, Record UC0081, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Little Big Planet 2, Lost Planet, Extreme Condition, Lost Planet 2. Macross 30, Ginga Otsunaku Unigo, MAG, Massive Action Game, Disgaea 3, Absence of Justice, Atelier Meru, The Apprentice of Ireland, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Metal Gear Solid HD Collection, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker HD Edition, Minano Golf 5, Minano Golf 6, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd HD Ver, Warriors Orochi 3, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. Need for Speed, Carbon, Asia only, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Asia only, Need for Speed, Shift, Asia only, Need for Speed, Undercover, Asia only, Nier Replicant, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge, Asia only, Nobunaga no Yaho, Tendo with Power-Up Kit, Nobunaga no Yaho, Sozo, No More Heroes, Red Zone Edition, Okami HD. Prince of Persia, Asia only, Ratchet and Clank Future, Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Ridge Racer 7, Rocksmith 2014, Asia only, Rise from Lair, Rune Factory Oceans. Ryuga Galaxy 1 and 2 HD Edition, Asia only, Ryuga Galaxy 3, Ryuga Galaxy 4, Ryuga Galaxy 5, Ryuga Galaxy Tenzin, Ryuga Galaxy of the End, Asia only. Rorona no Atelier, Ireland no Renkinjutsushi, Sacred 2, Fallen Angel, Saint Seiya Senki. Samurai 3 Plus, Samurai 4 Plus, Songakushi 12, Sengoku Hazara 3, Sengoku Hazara 3 Udish, Sengoku Hazara 4 Sumarashi. Sengoku Muzu 3Z, Sengoku Muzu 3 Empires, Sengoku Muzu 4, Senjo no Verituria, Shally no Atelier, Taziger no Umi no Renkinjutsushi, Shinkame Tachi no Yoru, 11 Hidom no Suspect. Shinsangatsu Muzu 6, Shinsangatsu Muzu 6 Malshouden, Asia only, Shinsangatsu Muzu 7, Asia only, Shining Resonance, Shirakishi Monogatari, Hikari Toyami no Kakuzi, Siren, New Translation. Soul Calibur 4, Star Ocean, The Last Hope International, Street Fighter 4, Asia only, Super Street Fighter 4, Asia only, Super Street Fighter 4, Arcade Edition, Tales of Graces F, Tales of Vesperia. Tales of Zillia 2, Tears of the Tiara, Tekken no Daichi, Asia only, Tekken 6, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Game of the Year Edition. The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, Legendary Edition, The Idolmaster 2, The Idolmaster, One for All, The Last of Us, The Orange Fox, Asia only. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Asia only, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Double Agent, Asia only, Tokyo Jungle, Toro Tomorimori, Asia only. Totori no Atelier, Ireland no Renkinjutsushi 2, Trusty Bell, Chopin no Yum Reprise, Uncharted, Eldorado no Hiho, Uncharted 2, Alganto Tokie Descendant, Uncharted 3, Saboteur 9 Emeru Atlantis. Ultra Street Fighter 4, Virtua Fighter 5, Wangan Midnight, Warhawk, Asia only, Watch Dogs, Asia only, World Soccer Winning 11 2009, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2010, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2011, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2012, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2013, Asia only. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, Asia only. And Zone of the Enders HD Edition. PlayStation 4. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Unity, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Astrobot Rescue Mission, Battlefield 4, Battlefield Hardline, Biohazard 7, Resident Evil, Gold Edition, Asia only, Biohazard Origins Collection, Biohazard Revelations 2, Bloodborne, Bravo Team, Shityu Polygon 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Days Gone, Death Stranding, Deracine, Destiny, The Collection, Asia only. Detroit, Become Human, Devil May Cry 4, Special Edition, Dragon Age, Inquisition, Dragon Quest Heroes, Yomiuri Kaseki no Shiro, Asia only, Dragon Quest Builders, Drive Club. F1 2015, Asia only, Far Cry 4, Asia only, Far Cry Primal, Asia only. Farpoint, Fate/Extella, Firewall, 0 Hour, Final Fantasy X/10, 2 HD Remaster, Final Fantasy Type, 0 HD, Asia only, God of War 3 Remastered, Asia only. Gran Turismo Sports Step 2, Gravity Days/Shurikyu Meme, Jozo no Chicken Night, Kanoho no Neiuchu Naishoji Setsudo. Gravity Days 2/Shurikyu Meme Kanchetsu Hen, Jozo no Chicken no Hate, Kanoho no Uchi Uchu Naishur and Shida Sentetsu, Hitaku no Aoshi Triko, Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition. Infamous First Light, Asia only. Infamous Second Son, Just Dance 2014, Asia only. Just Dance 2015, Asia only. Just Dance 2016, Asia only. Just Dance 2017, Asia only. Killzone, Shadowfall, Mac, Asia only. Mac 2, Asia only. Little Big Planet 3, Mac Ascenti Biscaya 5, Monster Hunter World, Need for Speed, Rivals, New Danganronpa V3, Minano Karashe Shingeki, New Minano Golf, Persona 5, Psycho Break, Asia only. Ratchet and Clank, The Game, Rayman Legends, Asia only. Rigged Machine Combat League, Ryuga Gagaku 0, Ryuga Gagaku Ishin, Ryuga Gagaku Kiwami, Sengoku Hazara Force Umarashi, Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition, Asia only. Senjo no Verituria Remaster, Asia only. Spider-Man, Tearway Unfolded, Asia only. The Crew, Asia only. The Impatient, Yami no Hayudo, The Last of Us Part 2, The Last of Us Remastered. The Order, 1886, Asia only. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, Asia only. Tom Clancy's The Division, Asia only. Tomb Raider The Definitive Edition, Uncharted Collection, Uncharted 4, Keizuku Tasego no Hiho. Uncharted, Kadation no Hiho, Until Dawn, Vyusha no Q's 9 Namakita R, Wander to Kyoto, Watch Dogs, Asia only, Winning 11 2015, Asia only, Winning 11 2017, Asia only, and White Out Omega Collection. PlayStation Portable. //link, 7th Dragon 2020, Ace Combat 10, Skies of Deception, Ace Combat 10, 2, Joint Assault, Armored Core, Formula Front International, Assassin's Creed, Bloodlines, Light Hell 2000. Bleach, Heat the Soul, Bleach, Heat the Soul 2, Bleach, Heat the Soul 3, Bleach, Heat the Soul 4, Bleach, Heat the Soul 5, Bleach, Heat the Soul 6, Bleach, Heat the Soul 7, Bleach, Soul Carnival. Rikuho Monogatari, Harvest Moon Boy and Girl, Rikuho Monogatari, Sugar Morito Mina no Nege, Akio no Natsuyazumi Portable, Akio no Natsuyazumi Portable 2, Akio no Natsuyazumi 4. Akio no Watashi no Katamari Damacy, Breath of Fire 3, Shityu Polygon 2 Portable, Clank and Ratchet, Meru High Mission Asterisk Ignition, Coded Arms, Code Geass, Hangikyo no Lock, Lost Colors. Conception, Ornoko Domo O Untour, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy 7, Day, 2 Jai Super Robot Teizen Z Hake Hen, Day, 2 Jai Super Robot Teizen Z Seizi Hen. Danganronpa, Kiho no Gakyun to Zetsuho no Kakuzi, Dead or Alive Paradise, Derby Time, Dissidia Final Fantasy, Dissidia Final Fantasy, Universal Tuning, Dissidia 012 Final Fantasy. Doko Demo Isho, Doko Demo Isho, Let's Gecko, Dragon Ball Z Tag VS, Dragoneer Zarya, The Legend of Heroes 2, Prophecy of the Moonlight Witch, The Legend of Heroes 4, A Tear of Vermilion. The Legend of Heroes 3, Son of the Ocean, The Legend of Heroes, Trails from Zero, The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky SC, The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky the Third. The Legend of Heroes, Trails to Azure, The Legend of Mayuda, Boundless Trails, Exit, Asia Only, Fairy Tale, Portable Guild, Fairy Tale, Portable Guild 2, Fake/Extra, Fake/Extra CCC. Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 4, The Complete Collection, Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, Final Fantasy Type 0, God Eater Burst, God Eater 2. Gran Turismo, Grand Knight's History, Genso Suikoden, Sumugurashi Hayatsunin no Toki, Gundam Assault Survive, Gundam Battle Chronicle, Gundam Battle Royale, Gundam Battle Universe, Gundam Memories, Tabike no Kaiju, Initial D-Street Stage, Innocent Life, Shinjuku no Monogatari, Asia Only, Jean Dirk, Kentamaho TaBNWNE Mono, Kentamaho TaBNWNE Mono 2. Kenka Hensho 3, Zinkaku Siha, Kenka Hensho 4, Ichinen Senso. Kenka Hensho 5, Otoko no Hazuku, Kido Senshi Gundam Seed, Ringo vs. F Portable, Kido Senshi Gundam, Shinryu no Yaho, Kido Senshi Gundam, Jiren no Yaho, Axis no Kaiwa. Kido Senshi Gundam, Jiren no Yaho, Axis no Kaiwa 5, Kido Senshi Gundam, Gundam vs. Gundam, Kido Senshi Gundam, Gundam vs. Gundam Next Plus, Kingdom Hearts Birth I Sleep. Kingdom Hearts Birth, I Sleep Final Mix, Keion Hikago Live, Katova no Puzzle, Majikitten Geijutun, Kuroko no Bashuk, Kizeki no Game, Hiroyo, Ryu ga Gagaku Shinsho, Do, Hiroyo 2, Ryu ga Gagaku Ashura Hen, Asia Only, Loco Roco 2, Little Big Planet, Asia Only, Lumens, Macross Ace Frontier, Macross Ultimate Frontier. Macross Triangle Frontier, Magna Carta Portable, Mahe Senki Biscaya 2 Portable, Mahjong Fight Club, Maho Shouho Rikaru Nanahas Portable, The Battle of Aces, Maho Shouho Rikaru Nanahas Portable, The Gears of Destiny. Metal Gear Acid 2, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker, Nina no Golf Portable, Nina no Golf Portable 2, Nina no Tennis Portable, Manhan Mickey, Poka Poka Alimura. Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, Mugen Kero, Namco Museum, Naruto Shippuden, Naruto Made Exo 3, Naruto, Maritime Portable Mugenjo no Maki. Naruto Shippuden, Naruto Made Impact, Need for Speed, Underground Rivals, or no Moto ga Kananai Kuwei Wake Gane Portable ga Suzuku Wake Gane, Catapun 2, Catapun 3, Persona, Asia Only, Persona 3, Portable, Phantasy Star Portable 2, Popo Croix Monogatari, Pietro Oji no Boken, Pop Music Portable 2, Photokano, Prince of Persia, Rival Swords, Asia Only. Puzzle Novel Pocket, Asia Only, Pipo Zero Academia 2, Princess Crown, Puzzle Novel Pocket, Asia Only, Queen's Blade, Spiral Chaos. Quiz-Kido Senshi Gundam, Toy Senshi DX, Ratchet and Clank 5, Gekitotsu Dodeka Ginga no Miramiri Gundam, Rengekyu, Tower of Purgatory, Ridge Racers. Sakura Wars 1 and 2, Samurai 2 Portable, Samurai 2 Portable, Sarugetsu P, Sarugetsu, Pipo Saru Racer, Sarugetsu, Saru Deizakuzen, SD Gundam G Generation Portable. SD Gundam G Generation World, SD Gundam G Generation Overworld, Sengoku Bazaar Battle Heroes, Shirakishi Monogatari Episode Portable, Dogma Wars, Shin Sengoku Muzu, Multi-Raid. Space Invaders Extreme, Asia Only, Shining Hearts, Shining Blade, Shinseiki Evangelion 2 and other cases, Shutoko Battle, Soul Calibur, Broken Destiny, Star Ocean, First Departure, Star Ocean, Second Evolution. Super Robot Taisen MX Portable, Tsushimiya Haruhi no Yukuzuku, Summon Night 3, Summon Night 4, Summon Night 5, Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Eternia, Tales of Fantasia, Narukiri Dungeon X. Tales of Rebirth, Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology, Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology 2, Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology 3, Talkman, Euro, Tekken, Dark Resurrection, Tekken 6. Tenki no Monday, Asia only. Tenki no Monday 2, use it in Asia only. Tenchu 4 Plus, Tenchu, Shinobi Teisen, the Idol Master SP, Missing Moon, the Idol Master SP, Perfect Sun, the Idol Master SP, Wandering Star, Toru Kagekyo no Shodenjiho, Toru Mijutsu no Index, Toradora Portable, Toriko, Gourmet Survival, Calcuden, Valhalla Knights 2, Valkyrie Profile, Limith. Vampire Chronicle, The Chaos Tower, winning 11-9, Ubiquitous Evolution, winning 11-10, Ubiquitous Evolution, Is 1 and 2 Chronicles, Is 7, Is versus Trails, In the Sky, Yasha 30. Yasha no Q's 9 M Akita, Yasha no Q's 9 M Akita or 2, Wild Arms XF, Yasha no Q's 9 M Akita, 3D, ZHP on Lost Ranger vs Dark Death Evil Man, and Zete Zetsumi Toshi 3. And PlayStation Vita. Akiva's Trip 2, Asia only, Assassin's Creed 3, Lady Liberty, Asia only, Biohazard, Revelations 2, Blast Blue, Continuum Shift Extend, Asia only, Bullet Girls. Shipyugui Gun 3 Portable, Seal Nazers, Ashinuerde Hoshii Sazigyuda, Day, 3 Jai Super Robot Tazen Z Jigakyu Hen, Danganronpa 1 to 2 Reload, Danganronpa Another Episode, Zete Zetsugo Shouho. Dead or Alive 5 Plus, Asia only, Demon Gaze, Dragon Quest Builders, Dream Club Zero Portable, The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel, Fate / Extella, Fate / Hollow Ataraxia, Fate / Stay Night Realta Nua. Freedom Wars, God Eater 2, Gravity Days, Gundam Breaker, IA/VT Colorful, Katamari Damacy Novita, Kido Senshi Gundam Seed Battle Destiny, Mahjong Fight Club, Shinsei Zenkaku Taisen Hen. Mate Senki Disgaea 3 Return, Mate Senki Disgaea 4 Return, Metal Gear Solid HD Collection, Minna no Golf 6, Muramasa Rebirth, New Danganronpa V3, Minna no Karashe Shingeki. Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus, Asia only, Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus 2, Asia only, or no Shikama no Kobuke 2, Persona 4 Golden, Ragnarok Odyssey ACE, Asia only. Ridge Racer, Sengekyo Muzu 4, Shin Kametachi no Yoru, 11 Hidden no Suspect, Shinobito 2, Senj, Shin Sengekyo Muzu Next, Soul Sacrifice Delta. Sword Art Online, Lost Sun, Tales of Innocence R, Calcuden, Uncharted, Shizu no Boken no Hajimari, Anis, Memories of Cell Saga. These are articles listing games previously released for the original PlayStation that were later made available for download from the PlayStation Store for play on the PlayStation 3, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation TV, PlayStation 4, or PlayStation 5.
For lists of the games available by market, see List of downloadable PlayStation games, Japan, List of downloadable PlayStation games, North America, and List of downloadable PlayStation games, PAL region.
Sony has released a number of previously released PlayStation video games, remastered in high definition, HD, for their newer consoles, a form of porting.
A number of related programs exist, the most prominent two being Classics HD, also known as HD Collection, and PSP Remasters.
The former consists of multiple PlayStation 2 games, compiled on one Blu-ray disc.
The latter are individual PlayStation portable games, republished on Blu-ray.
These games are not direct ports, but remastered versions in high definition to take advantage of the newer console's capabilities.
The remastering of the games include updated graphics, new textures, and trophy support, and some of the remastered games, released on PlayStation 3 have included 3D and PlayStation Move support.
Some HD remasters have also been released individually or in bundles as downloads on the PlayStation Store. Others are released exclusively as downloads. This remastering began in 2009 with the release of God of War Collection. It originally started as only PlayStation 2, PS2 games being remastered for PlayStation 3, PS3.
PlayStation Portable, PSP, games began being remastered for the latter in 2011. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd HD version was the first of these.
After the release of the PlayStation Vita in 2012, several of the remastered PS2 and PSP games began being released for this platform.
Some original PlayStation, PS1 games also began being remastered.
With the launch of the PlayStation 4, PS4 in 2015, Vita and PS3 games, in addition to the older platforms games, began being remastered for it.
Developers have also remastered games that were not originally released on a PlayStation console and remastered them for PlayStation platforms, in addition to releasing them for other non-PlayStation platforms.
This remastering extended to the PlayStation 5, PS5, with its release in November 2020, with some of its launch titles being remastered PS4 games. Classics HD is the official name given for these compilations in Europe. No equivalent of such name exists in North America or Japan.
However, these games include the subtitle Remastered in High Definition, or HD Collection, on the North American cover.
PSP Remasters is the official name given by Sony for collections featuring remasters of PSP games.
The PSP Remasters line includes the same features as the Classics HD line, as well as cross-platform play and shareable saves between the two versions. However, PSP Remasters do not include trophy support.
Remastered games released on the PlayStation 4 have sometimes had the subtitle HD Remaster, Remastered, or Definitive Edition.
PlayStation 4 remasters have all the same features as remastered collections on PS3, but do not feature 3D or PlayStation Move support. Though later releases could potentially support Move, 3D, however, is not a feature of the PlayStation 4 like it was on PlayStation 3.
The first remastered collection to be released was God of War Collection, which consisted of God of War and God of War 2.
This collection was released before the official line of Classics HD games.
God of War Collection was brought about from feedback in anticipation for God of War 3 and what type of content fans would like to see in a special edition of that game.
From this feedback, Sony released the collection separate from God of War 3 as a way to introduce new players to the franchise.
The success of God of War Collection prompted Sony to make a new line of games that would be bannered Classics HD in PAL regions. North American copies simply have the subtitle Remastered in High Definition or HD Collection.
One of the reasons why this brand was created is that PlayStation 2 discs are not compatible with PlayStation 3 consoles released after August 2007. Only the original 20GB and 60GB models and the first iteration of the 80GB model are compatible.
The second series of games, ported to the PlayStation 3 and first to use the Classics HD banner was the Sly Collection, released in November 2010.
The Prince of Persia series was the first non-Sony published games remastered, published by Ubisoft.
On November 2, 2010, God of War Collection became the first Remastered Collection to be released as a digital download on the PlayStation Store, and simultaneously the first time PlayStation 2 original games were released on the PlayStation Store.
The Tomb Raider trilogy was announced on December 19, 2010, and included all 3 second-era games of the series. HD remasters of Tomb Raider, Legend and Tomb Raider Anniversary for the first time on the PlayStation 3, plus Tomb Raider Underworld.
At E3 2011 during Sony's press conference, the PSP Remasters line was announced.
Monster Hunter Portable 3rd HD version was the first of this line to be announced.
Sony Computer Entertainment Japan announced that the PSP Remasters line would not include trophy support, God of War Origins Collection. Despite both games within it being remasters of PSP games, is not part of this line, thus has trophy support. During an interview with Game Informer, Kingdom Hearts creator Tetsuya Nomura expressed interest in HD versions and was researching them for his Kingdom Hearts series.
He said, "I would like to do something about the series being spread over so many different consoles, too. I am thinking a lot about the future."
In September 2012, Square Enix announced Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, a compilation for the PlayStation 3 including both Kingdom Hearts Final Mix and Chain of Memories in HD with trophy support.
Additionally, the collection included HD cinematic scenes from Kingdom Hearts 358/2 Days and released internationally in 2013.
The following year, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, released on PS3, containing Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Earthly Sleep Final Mix, and HD remastered cinematic scenes from Recoded.
The inclusion of Birth by Sleep Final Mix marked the first time that the Final Mix version was released outside Japan.
With the launch of the PlayStation 4, some developers have decided to take advantage of the more powerful hardware and remaster their previously released PlayStation 3 titles on the newer platform.
Some of these previous titles also appeared on the Xbox 360 and some have been remastered for release on Xbox One and Microsoft Windows as well.
These remastered versions sometimes include the subtitle, Definitive Edition.
Developers have since stopped remastering games for older platforms and are only remastering games for the newer platforms.
An updated version of Injustice, Gods Among Us, titled Injustice, Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition and including all DLC of the original, was released in November 2015 for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Microsoft Windows, and PlayStation Vita.
The PS4 version, which was a launch title, and the Windows version is remastered.
In January 2014, Square Enix released an updated version of 2013's Tomb Raider as Tomb Raider Definitive Edition for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
In July 2014, Sony released The Last of Us Remastered for PlayStation 4.
It is a remastered port of the PS3 title The Last of Us for the newer platform in terms of quality.
In March 2015, Sony announced that PS3 title God of War 3 would be remastered and released as God of War 3 Remastered for the PlayStation 4 in July 2015. In celebration of the franchise's 10th anniversary.
The remastered version featured full 1080p support at 60 frames per second in the photo mode, allowing players to edit their photos and share them with their friends. In anticipation for the PlayStation 4 exclusive Uncharted 4, a feat said, Sony released Uncharted The Nathan Drake Collection for the PS4 in October 2015, featuring remastered versions of the PS3 titles. Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, and Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception.
The collection is single-player only. The PS3 versions of Uncharted 2 and Uncharted 3 had online multiplayer and included a voucher for the Uncharted 4 multiplayer beta.
To finish out the remastering of the Kingdom Hearts games, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue released in January 2017 and consisted of Kingdom Hearts 3D, Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts 0.2, Earth I Sleep, a fragmentary passage, and HD cinematics from Kingdom Hearts Kai back cover.
Unlike the previous two collections, which were exclusive to PlayStation 3, this collection released exclusively on PlayStation 4.
Additionally, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 Remix, featuring both of the PS3 collections, released on PS4 in March 2017.
Square Enix later bundled Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue with a Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 Remix collection as part of a new compilation. Kingdom Hearts, The Story So Far, released in North America on October 30, 2018, for the PlayStation 4.
The Xbox One and Xbox Game Pass versions, released on February 18, 2020. Constructor HD was the first game that was released on the original PlayStation to be remastered when it released in January 2017.
At E3 2016, it was announced that the original Crash Bandicoot trilogy, Crash Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, and Crash Bandicoot Warped would be remastered for PlayStation 4.
The name was revealed as the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy at the PlayStation Experience event on December 3, 2016, which also revealed that it would release in 2017.
Developer Vicarious Visions coined the term Remaster Plus in describing whether or not the Insane Trilogy was a remaster or a remake.
They said that they did not consider it a remake, because they did not fully remake the games.
They said that they used Naughty Dog's original level geometry to rebuild the Crash gameplay from scratch.
As the levels were coming together, they also added their own art, animation, and audio. The cycle of remastering older games for newer platforms continued with the launch of the PlayStation 5 in November 2020, as some of its launch titles were remastered versions of previous generation's games.
The Xbox Series X/S, which launched 2 days earlier on November 10, emphasized backwards compatibility with thousands of older Xbox titles alongside a launch lineup composed primarily of cross-generation releases.
Along with trophies, 3D support, and HD upgrades, the various compilations also boast various other extras to accompany them.
God of War Collection, for example, contains bonus materials for God of War 2 that were originally released as a DVD in the God of War 2 2-disc set on PS2. Early copies also included the God of War 3 demo.
God of War Origins Collection included the documentary God of War, Game Directors Live, the Kratos Legionnaire bonus skin, and the Forest of the Forgotten Combat Arena, which were all originally released as a download via the Ghost of Sparta pre-order package.
In Japan, the PS3 version of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker HD Edition is standalone and includes a code to download the PSP version, while Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 are packaged separately in Metal Gear Solid HD and come instead with a download code for the original Metal Gear Solid.
In North America and Europe, the three HD games are packaged together in Metal Gear Solid HD Collection with no downloadable games.
Tekken Hybrid not only includes an HD upgrade of Tekken Tag Tournament and a prologue based on Tekken Tag Tournament 2, but also comes with a 3D CGI film Tekken Blood Vengeance.
Though the actual games are not included, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix includes the cutscenes from Kingdom Hearts 358/2 Days. Remastered in high definition and cutscenes from Kingdom Hearts 3 coded are included in the Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, also remastered in high definition. To help showcase the addition of the PlayStation Move, the Sly Collection includes various additional mini-games as well.
The Eco and Shadow of the Colossus collection features bonus content, including 2XMP dynamic themes and exclusive video content for Eco, Shadow of the Colossus. And The Last Guardian, a demo for the latter was considered for inclusion, but was not.
The collection also features the original PlayStation 2 cover arts for both games on the inner side of the case.
The Silent Hill collection includes both original and new recorded dialogue for Silent Hill 2.
A notable feature with the PSP remasters is that players can import save games between the PSP version and the PS3 version and vice versa. This following free list contains games that have been remastered and released on the PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita, and PlayStation 4 consoles.
Some games are part of the original Classics HD and PSP Remasters line, which were PlayStation 2 and PlayStation Portable games. Remastered and released exclusively on the PlayStation 3, followed by PlayStation Vita and PlayStation 4.
Developers have extended the remastering of games to titles that were not PlayStation originals, and remastered releases have been released on platforms other than PlayStation.
Originally, multiple games were remastered into collections, such as God of War Collection, featuring remastered versions of God of War and God of War 2.
Developers have since also remastered and released games individually, such as Killzone HD, which is a remastered version of Killzone. PlayStation Collections are bundles of games for the PlayStation 3.
They contain both remastered games and games that have already been released for the PS3 in addition to bonus content.
The first collections announced in this line were the God of War Saga and the Infamous Collection, which were released on August 28, 2012, along with the Ratchet and Clank Collection, which was rebranded for this new line. PlayStation Mobile was a software framework used to provide downloadable PlayStation content for select, certified mobile devices.
This includes devices that both run Android 2.3 and met specific hardware requirements, PlayStation Vita and PlayStation TV.
It was active from 2012 to 2015. It was originally announced in 2011 as PlayStation Suite.
It was based on the Mono platform.
An open beta was released in April 2012 before it officially launched in most regions of the world on October 3, 2012.
In May 2013, Sony announced that the publisher license fee would be waived in an attempt to entice more developers to create games for the service.
In August 2014, with version 2.00, Sony announced that it will deprecate support for Android and target only PlayStation Vita and PlayStation TV.
It was announced in 2015 that PlayStation Mobile will be shutting down entirely.
The service never gained traction despite availability on a range of handsets by many manufacturers.
The storefront was closed in July 2015, with the service completely shutting down on September 10, 2015.
The games released under PlayStation Mobile were available to devices via the PlayStation Store, allowing players to download the titles to their devices.
Games released under the program could have the DualShock controls overlaid on top of the touchscreen. However, for devices which have analog buttons such as the PlayStation Vita and Stereo Play, the controls were mapped directly to them.
Developers could also make purely touchscreen games if they so choose. At E3 2012, Sony announced that PlayStation Mobile had 56 established software houses committed to providing content on the platform. There were 683 games available on the service. To ensure that Android devices run PlayStation Mobile content correctly, Sony created a set of guidelines and requirements for hardware known as PlayStation Certified.
The first certified device was Sony Ericsson Stereo Play.
The PlayStation Vita and PlayStation TV also had access to PlayStation Mobile.
In the November 2011 update, the previously released Sony Ericsson Stereo ARC and Sony Ericsson Stereo Acro became PlayStation certified.
The Sony Stereo S, Sony Stereo Ion and Sony tablets were also PlayStation certified. HTC was the first non-Sony manufacturing company revealed to offer PlayStation certified devices.
The HTC One series handsets were supported. Noted models include HTC One X, HTC One S, HTC One V, HTC One XL, HTC One X Plus and the HTC Evo 4G LTE.
At Sony's 2012 Gamescom press conference, it was revealed that the Wiki Pad gaming tablet would also be PlayStation certified and that Asus would also create certified hardware.
At Sony's Tokyo Game Show 2012 press conference, Fujitsu and Sharp were announced as two more partners.
A full list of PlayStation certified devices could be found at PlayStation mobile download page that has since been removed. Sony has generally supported indie game development since incorporating the digital distribution storefront in the PlayStation 3, though initially required developers to complete multiple steps to get an indie game certified on the platform.
Sony improved and simplified the process in transitioning to the PlayStation 4.
As Sony prepared to transition from the PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5, they introduced a new PlayStation Indies program led by Shuhei Yoshida in July 2020.
The program's goals are to spotlight new and upcoming indie titles for the PlayStation 4 and 5, focusing on those that are more innovative and novel. Akin to past titles such as PaRappa the Rapper, TaBNWNE, Little Big Planet, and Journey.
Sony also anticipates bringing more indie titles to the PlayStation Now series as part of this program. We will continue more about PlayStation in Part 12, so stay tuned.
Also, this was the most longest part in this video, by the way.